The world only moves for those who take control and force it to respect them. If you're not building, you're declining. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not winning, you're losing. Every man has two choices. Be the hunter or be the hunted. Be the man who writes the checks or the one who waits for payday. Success is not given, it's taken. Wealth is not stumbled upon, it's built brick by brick, with discipline and vision. The time for waiting is over. The time for hoping is gone. Now is the time to move, to build, to dominate. A man without money is a man without options. He settles for scraps instead of commanding the feast. The weak begin, the strong take. The poor complain, the rich strategize. The ones who hesitate get left behind. The ones who act become legends.
Vibe blowing up the J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing up my J, got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy, I'm a paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl's still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm, but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The Rio just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not on trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I could never take another nigga advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. Just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Couple big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the bands jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, gonna run up a check. Demand my respect, I'm doing the most. I never quit, they want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the J, got the loud jumping out the bag. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is
and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Ayy, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here
New World Order
with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known and recognized symbol of YouTube and excellence and excellent in edutainment, the Boss Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle Podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here
new world order.
with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Nigga Roa Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. Phenomenal. Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill. The junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolate Confucius, the Black Moses deliverer, also known as the man that ecclesiastically walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me James Bond, Ling Arthur, the Lord of the Lings, Hentai CGA, Malo Poppy, or you can call me the Benevolent Monarch CGA, see God Allah, and you're looking at the reigning, defending, and 14-time the monetized champion of YouTube. What's going on with that camera? We got a great show for you today. Former women's basketball player, age 23. Sues her former basketball coach after they got caught having sex. All right. After they get caught having sex and she got kicked off the team.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
All right.
What kind of fuck you give me?
And she's apparently going around in the lawsuit. She's suing the school, by the way. She's suing the school. She's suing the assistant coach and the head coach for being inappropriately kicked off the team after giving up the punani to the assistant coach. And you see, it's a black man. And of course, this is a white woman.
Where the white women at?
This is a white woman. And of course, she's running around in the lawsuit said she was groomed. All right. She was groomed to have sex with her black assistant coach. All right. This lawsuit has actually been going on for several years, but it just recently caught a little bit of steam with media attention, as it's probably going to start getting a little bit of traction in the courtroom. But me, as a former women's basketball coach, I can understand these situations very much. I understand these situations. All right. I was actually able to escape any of these allegations after spending 15 years plus coaching young ladies, college, high school, and middle school girls. I was escaped all these accusations. I mean, I was one of the only people here that can jump up here and say, I coached women for over 15 years and never fucked any of them. All right. So I could say that. Now, that doesn't mean I wasn't dibbling and dabbling on the college campus. All right. That doesn't mean I was a great coach or anything like that. But I'm actually a person to, despite what people might think of me, I exercise great sexual discipline for almost 2 decades, not having sex with young women that I'm working with. I mean, these were young college age women, and I maintain a professional relationship with them at all times. All right. Never having sexual intercourse with any of my players. All right. That never happened. All right. And it's good to see this situation come up, because now I can talk about when these dynamics are here with male and female relationships, especially with young women, how you can get caught up real quick.
Where the white women at?
Okay. You can get caught up real quick and you can lose your professional credibility. You can get fired. And as you can see, lawsuits. All right. Lawsuits are the new divorce. And the way things work, man, look, you got to think about this. All right. I was a personal trainer, worked in fitness. I was in Newport Beach. Also was a personal trainer in Salt Lake City. I coached young ladies, and I was able to exercise some great sexual discipline and not fucking my clients. All right. At least not all of them. All right. And then not having intercourse or relationships with my basketball players. And that's why now, all right, all of the, you should have got that out of your system in your 20s. Now, here I am in my 50s, and I'm fucking a lot of college girls, you know. I didn't get it out of my system. because I was a professional. But now I'm a professional. I'm a professional king of kings. So now I can fix a lot of binds. All right. And make up for lost time. All right. So we're going to talk about this story and why this case is actually wild for her to say she was groomed and who she's blaming for giving up punani at age 23. All right. You're 23 years old. You're 23 years old. And now you're up here trying to sue everybody for voluntarily getting bent over in a hotel room. We're also going to talk about it from the coach's perspective. He done gave up his entire career, all right, all for a piece of young punani, white punani.
Where the white women at?
It's not white. It's actually pink, all right? It's actually pink. It's very pink, all right? Everybody likes a pink punani.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, anyway, we're going to talk about that. Also, an executive for JP Morgan, a female executive accused of turning a married man that she worked with, a colleague or basically a junior colleague, if you will, turning this married junior colleague into an office sex slave. All right, what in the world are we doing? What in the world are we doing out here? Everybody's out here wild and hot. And they're calling her a glamorous JP Morgan executive. I mean, because I guess if you work for JP Morgan, anybody's glamorous. All right, so we're going to see if she's actually a glamorous. We're going to look at it. We're going to compare this because, you know, a lot of people talk about the hot girl at work. And I always have a theory about the hot girl at work. A lot of guys will be like, yeah, look, there's a hot chick at my job, coach. I just got to get her. I got to get her. I'm going to risk it all. She's super duper hot. And I often say, is she really that hot? Or is it that all the women at your job are ugly? All right. It's that the girl at your job is not that attractive. It's that this is the girl at your job amongst other women at your job that are not super attractive. So she's decent. All right. But she ain't that goddamn good looking. All right. And you risk it all for a whole muskrat. You risk it all for a whole muskrat. And then when you look years later, you're going to be like, damn, she really wasn't that good looking. I mean, she was good looking compared to the other slump busters and knock knees and cock eyes. All right, but I get it. But she's not that good looking. You do have to remember that. I always try to make you remember before you risk your job, really think about, is that girl that hot? All right. She's not that hot. All right. But anyway, she's better looking than everyone else. But they're calling her the glamour JP Morgan exec. All right, we're going to take a look as if she's that glamorous. Anyway, we got much, much more. It's going to be a wild show to contribute to today's show. $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams CV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Hey, we got it going on. Let's get some hater blockers on. We got the green ones today. We going with green hater blockers. All right, they're green and yellow. All right, they look like regular glasses. All right, let me see here. All right, should we go with the red? We're going to go with the red here. Let's see what we got. All right, Hollywood.
New world order.
Let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. We had a good Sugar Daddy stream last night on Tales from the Dark Side on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. This is the last night of Stream Mania. This is the last night of Stream Mania. If you don't know, I was streaming double duty every day. I only missed one day, and that was because I caught a flat tire on the Porsche 911, and that was this Tuesday. But last day of Stream Mania, the double duties end. We're going to have a newer schedule. All right, it's going to be a newer schedule, and there's going to be some stuff that we're going to do, and it's a good time to change pace and change direction, pivoting, and all of that stuff. And that was just a chance for me to do some ecclesiastical research on what was effective, what worked, what didn't work, providing content, creating content, clips, shorts. It allowed me to do a lot of that, but it's time for me to wind down. So I'm going to take Friday night and head straight to the junior college. Okay. Straight to the JUCO. It's the first of the month tomorrow. It's the JUCO. And you know what? It's been a couple of, well, I won't tell you how long. So, yeah. All right. Young pussy about to get broken into. All right. The whole weekend. It's going to be one of them weekends. Now I don't have double
What's
duty.
up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right. Young Punani about to get out here, violated out here in Las Vegas. I got to get some energy out. Anyway, shout out to Jacob. Rivera says, shout out to you, coach. And that's you. I saw the video of the girl that said, and that's you. And I'm like, these guys are cooked. Goodness, poor guys. Who wants to get married in this environment? You poor guys. Shout out to the coach gang. Salute. And that's you. All right. Yes, you saw the that's you girl.
And that's you.
All right. Yes, the that's you girl. All right. The manipulation of women getting into relationships with men, very predatory. I mean, as long as you know that, I mean, you still can have some fun. Kaylin says, coach, there's a saying, sexy isn't always slutty, but slutty isn't always sexy. For black men, especially, a woman's ass and twerking it tends to be more slutty than sexy, a la Megan the Stallion. A woman's face card with an element of mystery is more likely to be sexy longer. All right. Yep. There is a thing there. You know, the twerking to me is always slutty. I mean, especially when black women do it. I don't know. For some reason, when they do it, it just looks like an animal doing it. I mean, well, I know, double standard. You know what I mean? But you know what it is? I've actually done a little bit of research. You know, I am the sociologist of the manosphere, I'm not a part of the manosphere. I'm the sociologist of YouTube. All right. I'm the sociologist of YouTube. That's why they call me the junior college sociologist. I have a theory as to why it looks that way. And the reason why, of course, is because they do it aggressively. You know what I mean? The look on their face is super duper aggressive when they do it. They're kind of like contorted face, sticking out their tongue like, ah. Whereas other women do it and it's playful. Like a Brazilian woman will do it and it's playful, right? She's not looking like that doing it. Right? It's like, you know, it's like playful. It's like, look, you know, it's like a little bit of and they'll smile and, you know, especially when Asian and white girls try to shake their nothingness, right? When they shake their air, they'll do it like cute and playful. The black woman is like, all right. And it's not so much the ass jiggling, and it almost looks like it stinks. You know what I mean? You could just see the fumes in the air like Pepe Le Pew. So, you know, it's just like, ugh. All right. Anyway, that's what I think it is. And maybe I can't show videos because YouTube doesn't like twerking videos. Yeah, that goes way back to the original YouTube. They don't want twerking videos. But anyway, I think that's what it is. It just looks worse doing it. It's just like too aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. All right. So we got Officer Brayon says, Coach, you are absolutely right. I'm at work now, and it takes some incredible sexual discipline to be an officer at an HBCU campus. Shout out to you. Yes, sexual discipline, man. People, hey, dude, you have to have dick discipline out here. You don't have dick discipline, you're gonna lose. All right, and dudes be like, well, you at the JUCO, that ain't dick discipline. That's literally the definition of dick discipline. The JUCO is the perfect example of dick discipline. All right, because I'm not out here wasting time going around throwing my shit around. I actually just take time to vet and pick. All right, pick the day and the time. And then I don't waste any time after that. I'm done with it. It's out of my hair. I don't have to go to the nightclub and get all fresh 8 hours later, try to take some drunk pussy home. I'm like, literally, it's the definition of it. All right, so let me check if we have some love over on Ko-Fi, and then we'll get going ecclesiastically. And J Flo says, I'm 10 months out of being 50, and I'm back on the weights, eating once a day and straight bossing up. I appreciate all the daily motivation, Coach, and shout out to the Coach gang. Shout out to you, man, and you're about to be turning 50, the nifty 50. Let's go. Let's go. All right. And shout out to Gaudio says, great stream as usual. Normie, good women often run the same predictable patterns, assuming you're clueless to it, especially if they like you. That's the frustrating part about normie dating. So when you cut it off or dump them, it shocks them. Okay, it shocks them. For people that don't realize, there's a difference between regular dating and normie dating and JUCO dating. There's similarities, but there's a lot of differences. If you study the content creator, her name is Shira7. She went by Sprinkle Sprinkle. If you listen to her content, she makes a lot of sense in the fact that what she's going after are ugly men that will pay for the fact that they're ugly. Right? She's not making she's not going after dust bunnies. She's not going after regular guys. She's going after guys with money that have to basically pay or prefer to pay. And this is why, and then she uses tactics and techniques for that guy to part ways with his money. That's all. I mean, like, a lot of dudes used to get pissed off at her, and I used to listen to her, and I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, I'm like, I don't know why dudes are pissed off, because she wasn't talking about them, right? She wasn't talking about going after regular guys and finessing them. So what she was talking about is the techniques she would use to make it easier for that man to part ways with his money. But here's the problem with that. Just like many criticisms I have about normie dating with men trying to sell women a dream, right? They use that, I'm going to sell her a dream. And I'm like, dude, the sell her a dream doesn't work. Everybody sells her a dream. Like, that's the same thing. But then when the woman comes up in the normie dating, and what I really don't like about normie dating is when older women act all coy and shy, and they act like they ain't put punani out in this marketplace. They act like they haven't fucked. They act like they haven't had a one-night stand. They act like they're like celibate, and they act like, oh, I'm just a regular innocent girl. I go to work and I'm boring. I stay at home all the time. I don't get out of the house. You know, they talk about maybe if they have kids. Normally, if you're normie dating at my age, they have kids, and I'm just a mom, and I do, like, you know what? I'm listening to this shit, and I'll be like,
Can you shut the fuck up?
Shut up. Acting up. Look, those normie dating techniques to me are the same predictable shit as, like, ma'am, I've been on 100 dates this month. I've already seen this charade. I've already seen this bullshit. What are you doing? But what they'll do is they'll try to find a guy to stretch out the attention as long as they can before they give sex, right? That's the whole point of normie dating, especially as you're older, right? They look, and the dudes will be like, not me, I fuck everybody on the first date. Okay, whatever. Right? Look, the regular normie date is what especially for older women, is to try to get you to do performative things as long as possible before they fuck. Okay. So you're going to give away a whole bunch of equity, real estate, time. You're going to give up a lot of that just to get one ecclesiastically slice of pressured pussy. Like, you got to lay pressure on her by the time you get it. You got to make all the moves. You got to set the mood right. You got to have the salmon and quinoa and motherfucking asparagus. You have to have the wine. You have to have the music set, the lighting set. You got to have the view. All right, looking over the view, and then you got to approach her at the window. Don't you like my view? All right. And then you got to kiss her on the neck ever so slightly, make that move, put your hand on her shoulder, you know what I mean? Graze her titty with your knuckle. And then lean her in, pull her in, and she's going to be like, I'm coy, I'm shy. Then you got to unbutton her bra, unbutton her front, you know, let me take off the first button before she slaps your hand. Or you get to the first button, or she don't slap your hand. You're like, oh, okay. You take off the second button, and then you take her shirt off, and you're like, oh, you kiss her neck. Then you got to go for the big ass bra in the back, because you know there's going to be a fat bitch. So you got to go wrap your arms all the way around her and shit and take them bra clamps off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once you get to 4, you know them titties about to hit the floor. You like, I'm about to get these soggy titties. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Pow! Titties out. Titties just come out like waggling all over the place. You're like, oh, look at this shit. Then you look at her stomach. It look like a road map to Transylvania. You're like, oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. You start unbuttoning her pants. Poof. like a busted Pillsbury biscuit can. All that shit start falling off and shit. You like, oh shit start falling all over the place. You like, oh shit, yeah, I'm about to scoop all of this food pie up and all that muffin top. You about to make a whole little bakery up in that motherfucker. You got to knead all that dough. Take her ass to the bed. You can't throw her on the bed like a 22-year-old. You got to slowly pull her ass on the bed. Put her ass on the bed. Lay her in there. Lay her down ever so slightly before you bust your bed frame. All to get some fat, chunky ass, sloppy, Pillsbury kneaded dough punani. And she gonna lay there all shy after you fuck. She gonna be like, well, what are we? Where is this going? I don't normally hook up on like this without a relationship. Bruh, who you fooling? You're 42. You're 37. I know you was a hoe. Shut up. Ain't nobody got time for this shit. They be lying like a motherfucker. Like, shut the fuck up. You're ruining the mood. Do you usually have unprotected sex on the first night with all the women you date? Okay, first of all, you act like I didn't date no women. Now you're asking about all the women I fuck on the first date. Like, what are we doing? I'm not on birth control. Oh, ruining the mood. Oh my God. Would you look, bruh?
Can you shut the fuck up?
You know what? I'm not going to see you again. It's not on it right now.
New world order.
They don't like this part of the show. I'm giving you the game. All right. Anyway, bruh. Anyway. Look, the New World Order checking in. They're like, what is this right here? What is this?
New world order.
Anyway, Y2K teacher says, when I first met you in 2019 and you talked about your time as a coach and banging them was a no-go, that was when I knew you weren't ordinary in a good way. I also know this is more common than it is let on, but ninjas gone ninja. Price is wrong. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I wrote graffiti. All right, I talked about that. Look, and people be like, Coach, man, you had to have fucked some girls on your teams. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. And even my clients as fitness trainers, I can say I got a 99.8% track record of not fucking my clients. All right, but that's neither here nor there. All right, I had a lot of female clients, never messed with them. Never flirted with them, never met with them privately, never tried to fuck them behind their husband's backs or none of that shit, bro. All right, I was always about the money. I always been about the money. I was always had my eyes on the prize. I was about my career. But if I had intimate relationships with any player, they would have outed me already. They would have outed me already. I mean, they probably mostly know that I do this. At least almost all of them know. All right. They would have already been coming out about, oh, man, oh, him? All right, nah, bro. Him? All right, he did X, Y, and Z. They would have outed me already. So I would have been completely outed by now if that was the case. So, yeah, I don't mess around. I don't mess around with that shit, bro. It's all about the money for me, man. It's money, man. Discipline, bro.
I got money.
Discipline. Y'all men got to exercise discipline. I worked around women all my life. I don't got no claims, no accusations, nothing. As a teacher, a coach, I don't have anyone taught for 15 plus years, 16 years. Never fucked none of my players or no students. Now, the students at the college, like I said, I mean, they were fair game. All right, but they weren't anybody I coached or anything. But anyway, enough about that. I would have been outed already. I mean, they would have had an incentive to out me. They outed this nigga and he ain't even famous. All right, I'm famous. I'm infamous. I'm notorious. I'm infamous. They would have been out already. Oh, he did this to me 5 years. Crickets. And there always will be crickets. Anyway, shout out to you guys. Let's get into it. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We're going to have a good morning and a good time. Relax. Hey, man, this is a show. Don't take it so seriously. Y'all niggas take YouTube too seriously and shit. Y'all niggas in red pill rage. Y'all take it too seriously. Y'all have some fun. All right. I'm in the mood. I'm in the zone. We're vibing. All right, let's chill, relax, and enjoy the legendary CGA, as nobody can do it better. Let's go.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, let's get it in. I appreciate you, man. Let's do me a favor. Give me the likes, don't pass the scroll. Mugga low. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have, let me see. We have Klay Thompson update. Apparently, Klay Thompson done come out of the his shell. Is the Dallas Mavericks, did they get eliminated from the playoffs? All right, I think they did. Playoffs? All right, I don't think they went to the playoffs. All right, but Klay Thompson is out here, and he's made his first appearance on since the rumors of the breakup going here. So let's take a look at Klay Thompson going live on the gram.
Gonna be back on the high seas.
Oh,
Come on, fellas. Nothing like it.
okay.
Long time. So the rhythm might not be there, but the passion is always there. God, feels good to be back.
Yeah.
Nothing like the ocean, let me tell you. Big Blue. Oh, this is my jam right here, boys. Come on. Oh, yeah. Chili, I'm thinking just like
he playing music, but you see him, man. He on the boat, and I'm pretty sure some white women are somewhere close.
Where the white women at?
All right, the women are trying to say that Klay is hurt and he's in pain. He don't have any other women to go to, and that that was him trying to show that he's damaged there. They always think that men are brokenhearted when they break up. All right, but apparently we do have footage of Megan Thee Stallion out and about since the cup, and let's see if we can find the latest footage related to this real quick. Let me see if we can do this. All right, I don't know if we could do it live. I had it set up, but we do have it. Apparently here, this is Megan. Let's look at what Megan Thee Stallion is doing after the breakup on Straggle Sniggle Theater. There she is right there, and I can't play the music. She back out in these streets. So she back doing titty. Look at this. Yes, indeed, Klay. He made the right decision. She back out here hoeing. Oh, no. It's not that hard to figure out. Klay made the right decision. He dodged a bullet, red flags, and all of that. She back out here hoeing. And is that a woman? That don't even look like a woman. I don't even know what y'all see in Megan Thee Stallion.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
Okay.
Hey, yo.
Look at that. Not even 5 days later, she out here, and dude, she does not look like a woman. I don't care what y'all tell me, bruh. I mean, I'm not saying she's not a woman, but she don't look like a woman, bruh. She don't look like a woman. What do you see in Megan Thee Stallion? Somebody has to tell me what they see in that woman. All right, because I don't get it. By the way, just so you guys know, I've never got it. When people start talking about her before she was a rapper, I think she was like on I want to say MySpace. Where did she get famous? I don't even know. I want to say she got famous early on in the early days of Instagram or MySpace. I might be wrong about it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I never saw anything in her ever. And I'm open-minded about women looking. I'm open-minded. Like, I'm like, okay, if she a little chunky, a little chubby, I'm a little bit into, like, okay, I'll get past that. I can look past that. She has a mole on her nose. Okay. All right. Like, I'll get past some shit. But this woman is not attractive. Nothing about her is attractive. Was it Black Planet? That's what I thought it was, Black Planet. Nothing about her is attractive at all. I don't get the fascination about her. And people be like, she got a big ass. I'm like, I've seen bigger asses. Like, what? I've seen better asses. Plus, I don't like ghetto booty. I don't like ghetto booty. So if I see something and it looks like it stinks, I do not like ghetto booty. I'm not a ghetto booty guy. No, it can be ghetto or ratchet or snatch it or anything. So I don't get what y'all see in Megan Thee Stallion at all. Good luck. All right. Anyway, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Speaking of Straggles and Sniggles, we have a Straggle that has this to say about relationships. Or she has this to say about relationships. Let's see what we got here. We're gonna see her. She has her do-rag on like Hulkamania running wild, brother. So let's see if we can pull her up on the screen. She says, I'm not settling. I refuse to settle for relationships. Let's see what she has to say. Let's take a look at her. Let's take a look. This is the woman that you're about to hear. All right, let's take a good look. All right, she got the nasty cleavage. She got the nasty cleavage right here. You know, this is for the young men who don't get pussy. This is the nasty cleavage right here. What this is, and especially, you know, you can see her. She has rounded shoulders, you know, pretty much. I mean, that's too much body fat on her. All right. There's too much body fat on her just physically if you wanted to tone her up, and she needs to tone up quite a bit. Well, here's the thing, and I'm not shitting on her. I'm just telling her this is the nasty cleavage that you know is all bunched up because she done wrenched them together with this, whatever this shirt is. And normally a bra is doing this, but she didn't wrench them together and pull them up from her knee and her belly button all the way up here so as to give this idea that there's cleavage in here. But this is nothing but two sloppy titties pushed together. And all it is it gets extra sweat in there and sometimes some crust right here at the top. There'll be some crust right up here at the top that you can possibly dig out like plaque from your teeth. Yeah, you could get some of that sweaty crust in there. When this thing come off, whatever this thing comes off around her neck, all right, them things gonna be pow, all right, all over the place, just waggling. All right, she got them wagglers, all right, going on right there. Just giving a description. So as a man, you know, I've been with many women. This doesn't trick me anymore. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. All right, I know what those are. Those are two wagglers pushed together. All right, that's the two wagglers pushed together, but that's neither here nor there. All I'm doing is giving a description so as the young men who have never been with women like this, they're not thoroughly confused as to what happens when that shirt comes off. All right, so let's continue. He's called them speed bags. Them speed bags gonna come out, bro. All right, anyway, YouTube, I was just describing her. I wasn't putting her down or anything like that. I was giving a description. Let's continue. She puts deodorant under her boobs, all right, and baby powder, just so you guys know. All right, I know this. She puts baby powders under her boobies. All right, and if you lift them up, there's a dark area in the... Never mind. Look, this is too descriptive. Let's get to it. Let's see what she says. She says, I refuse to settle. I'm never settling, she says.
You know, you really got to be out of your rabbit ASS mind to think that a woman like me, beautiful, 33 years old, nice body, pretty, no children, gets a lot of attention, that I would ever have to settle for a man just to say I have one. Like, let's be fucking for real. It doesn't make any sense for me to do that. At all. At all. Okay? Anytime I go out of my house to the gym, go get a coffee, go to the gas station, you better believe I'm coming back home with more than 3 numbers. It happens everywhere I go. And those men want to take me out. They want to show me a good time. They want to give me princess treatment. They want to give me what they know I deserve. Okay? And that's a good time. They treat me very well. They buy flowers. They take me to nice restaurants. We have good conversation. Some of them want to plan trips. Like, you think I'm going to give all of that up to settle? Like, the only men who have an issue with that are men who don't have much to offer and want us to settle. And sweetie, that's not happening over here. It would have to make damn good sense for me to be in a relationship with anybody right now. Okay? All right.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Now, the one thing that doesn't make sense about this particular thing is if you have 3 offers a day of men financing you, taking you on trips, paying your bills, why aren't you with any of these guys that are offering these deals? Like, what you're saying doesn't make sense. You're saying you have these deals, but for some reason you won't settle. Or let's just say she just likes to enjoy the deals, right? She enjoys the deals with multiple men. Fine. All right. But why are you coming back on the internet talking to other people about it when you have all of these wonderful deals to shuffle through and balance out? What are you talking about? What? I don't get it. You're saying you won't settle, but these guys are offering this. It doesn't make sense. She doesn't make sense at all.
Who are you?
And look at the ratio on the comments, bruh. I don't even have to go into these comments, but you already know the ratio is lopsided already. She's got more comments than likes. You already know they going in on her, and this has reached the wrong side of the algorithm. I said I ran straight to the comments. It's crazy how after all of that, you cannot get the man you want. Let's be real. The man you want don't want you. Yes, indeed. I didn't hear you mention anything about character. This is what happens when niggas gas up some mid for real. Because, dudes, anytime a black woman says men approach me all the time, more than likely 95% of those are black men, and that don't count. That doesn't count. Ladies, I'm just here to teach you. If you say men approach you all the time, but 95% of them are black men, that don't count. Why? Why doesn't it count? Because them niggas do nothing but cold approach. That's what they do. All right, they holler monsters. All right, that doesn't mean anything about you specifically. They holler at anything. Like that's what broke niggas do. They holler at anybody. So I wouldn't put too much credibility on the fact that black guys approach you. They approach everybody. Okay, they approach white, black, Puerto Rican, Asian, Haitian. It don't matter. Fat, skinny, ugly, old, young. They approach anything but good looking women. All right, black men approach anything but good-looking women. Like if I showed a conventional, beautiful, attractive American woman, and I said, this is an American woman. This is Sydney Sweeney. Okay. Here's Sabrina Carpenter right in front of you. Niggas will be like, nah. They literally won't approach her. They'll come up with 50 excuses as to why not approach her. But let it be a woman disabled in a wheelchair, a ugly white woman, a milk of magnesia. He going in. He going in. Milk of magnesia in a wheelchair. And I can prove it later on. I mean, I don't have time to prove it, but hold on for a second. You want me to prove it? I'll prove it. He going in. But if I pull the what people can consider, I'm not calling them naturally attractive, but what the world considers naturally attractive women in America, they will refuse to motherfucking, oh man, she a little bit too thin for me. I like them with a little bit more of me. I'm not into white women. They'll make 100 excuses as to why not approach her. Because they know they're gonna get shot the fuck down as soon as they open their mouth. So they won't approach. But here's the deal. Watch this. Watch this. But that same guy will have hugged up with a woman like this, wearing a diaper and paralyzed from the waist down. All right, this is what I'm talking about. This is an example because this is what niggas do. Like, hey, I'm just telling me, bro. That's what niggas do. Oh, the humanity. He wouldn't approach Sydney Sweeney because she too thin, but take a look at this, brothers. Look at this. Okay, look at these nasty niggas, man. Niggas are nasty. I'm just telling you right here. Okay.
Hey, look at this.
And Dookie Rag, because he knows that a conventional, attractive American beauty standard woman is going to shoot him down right off the rip. So he'll refuse to, oh, man, I really don't like women like that. She fake. She got fake titties. He'll come up with 100 reasons as to why he shouldn't approach her before opening his mouth. But he'll go with a woman that wears diapers. All right. And you're like, damn, bruh, niggas really ain't shit. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have our daily choir here. All right, we're going to go talk about. Let's take a look at this real quick. Okay, let's take a look at this. We have right here. This is the last year that I'm going to my Caucasian white families' holidays or gatherings. Sometimes you marry interracially, but it doesn't matter here. Take a look at this choir.
When you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have things you need to borrow. For no one can fill those of your needs.
Oh, my goodness. All right, boy, oh, boy. I mean, there's a lot of my daddy was a lawyer ass niggas in here. What is this, the Harvard Ecclesiastical Choir? Is this Andrew Wilson's church singers and shit? They're singing Lean on Me, and look at the outfit, man. I'll tell you, man, the swag is not it. All right, and these guys overpaid for all this shit that they're wearing. All right, god damn. The total collection of body count in this room, natural body count, not paid for pussy body count, is about 7. Okay, God. Wow. Oh, look at these bodies. Oh, my God. Hey, man, this is what men that join the red pill look like, and they be red pill Rasian, that they don't get bitches, calling them gold diggers. All right, this is what the manosphere drug in the back door. All right, no effort, niggas, man. Look at my man's shirt and body, bro. That shirt don't fit no more, homie. You're gonna have to get a bigger shirt. Look at this. Oh my goodness, these guys didn't even try. And the what? Okay, so the Asian guys beatboxing. I bet you they 401k is looking nice with the sweater vest. Is the half Asian guy beatboxing? Oh my goodness. What in the humanity? Andrew Wilson's ecclesiastical church where their wives are forced to fuck through social pressure. This is definitely giving Andrew Wilson, because he dresses just like these goofy ass niggas. Oh my look. What in the heck? And what's going on with this guy? All right, Scruff the McGruff McDog. What is this? Man, my God, we got the tuck in going on with the belt, Levi's. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know, man. Oh, the humanity. Goodness. All right, there's gonna be some manosphere guys. Coach, we shouldn't be talking negatively about men. All right, we should be supporting men as niggas. All right, we shouldn't be talking about these guys. These are possibly red pill guys. They could actually probably face divorces and shit. Okay, shut the fuck up, nigga. All right, anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I thought that was fun. Relax. It's fun.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater out. We got a great show, man. It's already good. Do you think the show is good? Do me a favor. If you think the show is good, hit the like button. That will be very helpful. And we can get it on like Donkey Kong. But our brother here, it is our brother TWP, says, damn, coach, that was pretty descriptive about rolling around in the hay with them sweat hogs. Indeed. Shout out to the sweat hogs. And y'all know y'all been there, done that. All right. Y'all know y'all been there, done that, because y'all be gassing these sweat hogs up and they be running around here talking cash shit right in your face. You be like, damn. Shout out to our brother Trinidad Sheldon, says, coach, my alma mater, Howard University, just hired John Wall as their head of basketball operations. Any thoughts / advice for him to avoid jeopardizing his new job with some of them young HBCU poom poom? Well, shout out to John Wall, the legendary Kentucky basketball player. All right. He played in the NBA. He had a cup of coffee in the NBA. You know, he had some injuries, slowed down. His style of play is not fit for long time basketball play. You know what I mean? Slasher, jumping through the rim, jumping in the lane, landing on one leg. Eventually you're going to be out of the league. What I would tell him is, well, if he's coaching the men's team, he going to be able to run through poom poom on the campus, because he going to have a lot of poom poom on the campus. I'm assuming he's married or not. I'm not sure, but he can technically do it. All right. And he will, but he's got to watch out. I think when you're talking about black women and sleeping around with coaches, he might be a little bit safe, but he needs to watch it just a little bit. It's Howard University, though. I mean, most of the coaches sleep with students at these HBCUs. Okay. Most of these players, most of these coaches sleep with students at the HBCUs. All right. So it's not a secret. He's going to be fine, but it's a Me Too culture. So he probably should just cool it now. He's in DC. He'll be able to scoop up a lot of, strags that don't go to college. And there's a lot of people that hang out at Howard that don't even go to the college. He'll be good. Shout out to him right there and coaching at a HBCU. He's going to be good. He's going to be still good. All right. Shout out to our brother there. John Wall. All right. And Howard University. I got some news about HBCUs coming up. We call them the 13th grade. We got some news about the 13th grade. Yeah, he's not coaching. So he's going to be like, I'm not a coach. I'm not a coach. All right. But he should be an employee at the university. So he's an employee. He's not supposed to be fraternizing with the students, technically. But we all do it. All right. You all do it. Anyway, shout out to anybody. Any Howard grads? We have Trinidad. That's a Howard grad. Any other Howard grads in here? Because we're going to talk about some HBCUs here in a minute. We got to give you the update about the HBCUs because, well, it's not a good update. All right, let's give you the update right now. We're going to give you an update on, man, this shit is all out of order here. I guess this is supposed to be crime and law CGA. All right, hold on for a second. Maybe it's boss up. I just reordered some clips, so now shit is completely out of order. So goodness gracious. Okay, we'll do this as boss up, and then we'll do crime and law CGA. Yeah, okay, what a fucking shit show this is. All right, so we'll do it as boss up first. All right, F you boss up. Here we go.
Better boss up, nigga.
We got some news right on time, Trinidad, with HBCUs. Any HBCU grads out here? All right, if you want to go to college you can go to any HBCU you want. But as long as you graduated school, you could just walk on campus like it's a junior college, apply. You don't need to apply in advance. You know, like PWIs that you call primary, predominantly white universities. Only black people call them PWIs. White people don't even know what that means. Hey, white people, have you ever heard the term PWI? Nope. White people have never said, hey, I go to a PWI. They just go to a school. They go to a university. But black people that support HBCUs, or maybe they work at a HBCU, or maybe they work at a PWI. And what they'll do is they'll classify a school, the difference between an HBCU and a PWI. So that is a predominantly white university, like UCLA, which is predominantly Asian. All right. But anyway.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right. But anyway, UC Irvine, predominantly Asian. But I don't hear black people talking about, these predominantly Asian universities. PWA, okay? Or PAI. I don't even know what to say. But let's see here. PWI. So a primarily white university. Well, what happens is a predominantly white university, you most likely have to apply in advance because there's a lot of people applying. They have deadlines. You have to have all your transcripts in. You got to actually do what you need to do to apply. And you might have to apply early, like October of the previous year that you're going to enter in school, October. Then you got to get accepted. Some of these acceptance rates are 11%. I think UCLA is under 10%. So of the applicants. So they have an application process. Okay. But with a HBCU, there's no application process. All right. You could just walk on. Hey, I want to go to school, smoking a pack of cigarette. You could be smelling like a cloud of weed. All right. You could have a hoodie on. You can have a hoodie on. You could apply and not even provide your transcripts yet. You could be taking the classes and rolling and shit. Right up on the first day of school. Hey, I'm thinking about going to school. Yes. I worked at a HBCU and I worked at several PWIs. All right. You can't get away with that shit. All right. And at a HBCU, you could just walk right up. All right. I want to join. I'm in. Apply for financial aid and shit. Get your whole FAFSA in last second. You could be taking classes for 8 weeks and the financial aid office still processing your FAFSA. That is HBCU. So here's the problem this is the problem. And dude, you're going to drop out. Most of these kids fail out well before financial aid even issues them any money. So they'll get the money before and then drop out. They already done failed out. They already done failed out before financial aid gave them their FAFSA. As a matter of fact, graduation rates for HBCUs. Let's just look it up. Graduation rates for HBCUs. HBCU graduation rate, 32%. 32%. There are some top performers, Spelman, Howard, Hampton, and Morehouse. Howard and Spelman above 60%. Okay. We're going to say UC system. All right. And for us, what we would say is, what are the graduation rates for UC, like UC Berkeley, Cal Berkeley, UCLA? The graduation rate is 86%. Just as a way to juxtapose those two. Now you're talking about UC, they're taking the top students, mostly Asian, international, white, out-of-state students. All right. But that's why they have a less than 10% acceptance rate. And that's why they take the college seriously. So the UC system, UCLA, Cal, Berkeley, they have a 86% graduation rate. HBCUs combined have a 32% graduation rate. But Howard and Spelman do have a higher rate. They were at 60 to 69 and 68 to 77. Okay. So like when people talk about them, I'm like, what you're talking about the 13th grade? These are not legitimate universities. I'm sorry. I'm just letting you know. There are very few legitimate universities in the HBCU system associated with it. I'm just letting you know. Anyway, Howard is a good one, though. Howard is a good one, but the rest of them is really on a shit show. As a matter of fact, we do have some news related to this on Fuck You Boss Up.
Boss up, nigga.
We got some sad news about a traditional HBCU school. I actually visited the school in Florida. It's a very tiny school historically. That has a lot of historical substances here. No, actually, this was in North Carolina. That's interesting. I thought this was in Florida. All right, but the HBCU St. Augustine's University just filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and lost its accreditation. Very common for an HBCU to lose its accreditation. All right, number one, I'm just telling you, the staff, the people that are on the board, they don't keep up with records. They don't apply for accreditation, and it typically gets pulled. I worked at a HBCU in another school. We were playing basketball against an opponent. That school lost its accreditation right in the middle of the season. All right. So it says the St. Augustine's University, one of the nation's oldest HBCUs, is facing another major setback after filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy while also ending its fight to keep accreditation. They say the Raleigh, North Carolina University filed for bankruptcy protection in the Eastern District of North Kakalaki as it tries to restructure its finances and deal with years of debt. What they do is they steal the money. I don't know if you guys know, the people on the board steal the money. All right. The people, the whoever the president is, I'm not accusing. I'm whatever I'm saying about that specific university is alleged, but they normally just take the money and run. All right. They take the money, sit around. It'd be some old nigga in a 3-piece suit. Okay.
Gotta get my bag and run.
Okay. All right. It'll be an old nigga in a 3-piece suit, pinstripe, sitting around. Old nigga been around for 40 years. All right. He's super overeducated. He the president of the school, and then you got the board members and the vice presidents just ransacking the university, taking the money. All right. But that's just alleged. I'm not saying it happened there, but that typically is what happened at HBCUs because they're not monitored. The only way you monitor HBCUs is you have to have white people monitor them. Don't at me though. Don't be mad at me. But if white people aren't looking, the niggas at the top are gonna steal. I'm just letting you know. I'm just saying you're gonna have to have the slave master monitor you. Ironically, many HBCUs are named after slave masters and their slave mistresses. Sometimes Jewish white women. All right. Jewish white women. I don't even need to say this.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
So many of these universities are named after white people and named after Jewish people. Spelman. And at the top of my mind, I can't think of all of the ones, but they're named after white people. So it is the Masters University, and many of them are named after the land that a white person owned to put the black school there, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, Bethune-Cookman, a lot of them are named after a white overseer master. All right, many of these universities open with white overseers opening them, all right, to have black people go into there because, well, black people don't have enough land and money to open a university. All right, they wouldn't have had that being sharecroppers and land operators. Like, you know, they didn't have the money to open a university. So it took the Rockefellers and the New World Order and their mistresses and wives to open these universities. But that's neither here nor there. All right. That's neither here nor there. Anyway, just the Cookman part was Jewish.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
But my point to this is you're going to have oversee this shit, man, unfortunately. Or you're going to run into these situations, loss of accreditation, losing of money. They have enrollment problems and leadership instability. As I said, don't at me. Okay. All right. Leadership instability. Court filings reportedly showed that the school owes between $50 million and $100 million to creditors. Sheesh. So you telling me they came up short 50 to 100 mil? Somebody got that money, bruh. Somebody got some of that money, bruh.
Gotta get my bag and run.
All for the black people. When black people come up with these fancy ideas of black people running their own shit, this is what I think of. I'm like, that's like Dr. Umar running the shit for black people. I'll control the money. I'll control how it's spent. Nah, bruh. Nope. No, we're going to have Dr. Umar have an accounting of all of the transactions. We're not letting Dr. Umar run the accounting for our university and school. Nah. It says right here, the university officials described the filing as a voluntary move meant to strengthen St. Augustine's financial future. The bankruptcy filing comes after a long battle over accreditation. The Southern Association of Colleges and School Commissions on Colleges had previously moved to terminate St. Augustine's accreditation. For those that don't know what that means, if you go to a school or graduate from a university and they are not accredited, all right, the degree is invalid at that point. It's technically invalid. You did not go to a school accredited by people who certify the universities are teaching the proper things. Your school is null and void, and people have graduated from non-accredited universities, and people don't consider that degree to be valid. So you do have to have some accreditations here, unfortunately, but niggas gonna nig. All right, niggas gonna nig. Where we at here? And then it says right here, the school appealed and later went through arbitration, but the accredited association said the decision to remove the university's members was affirmed. St. Augustine's own accreditation update page also states that the arbitration committee affirmed the ruling removing SAU's membership. The situation grew even more serious after reports that the university would stop fighting to regain accreditation. That means remaining students may need to transfer to accredited schools to finish their degrees. Damn. So any class they take, if they continue taking classes, any class they take after that, if they transfer to a accredited school, does not count. Accreditation is especially important because it affects whether students can access federal financial aid and whether degrees are recognized by other institutions and employers. Okay, let's get down to the nitty gritty. St. Augustine's has also seen another leadership change. Interim president Jeannie Ward Robinson, sounds like a black woman, stepped down, and Dr. Virginius Peoples was named her replacement. The change adds to uncertainty surrounding the school as it attempts to reorganize through bankruptcy while dealing with the fallout from its accreditation loss. It was founded in 1867 and has a long history as a HBCU, but its future is now unclear. All right. Oh, man. If you graduated from HBCU, by the way, for people who were mad at me for saying what I said earlier about HBCUs, this guy knows. He says financial mismanagement is spreading through the HBCU system like wildfire, and governance issues. If I'm one of the few students left, I'm trying my best to transfer immediately. Financial mismanagement has always been a part of the HBCU system. Always. I mean, I've been part of I was there at the HBCU in 2001, and they had the same issues back then. So ain't nothing changed but the motherfucking date. All right, ain't nothing changed. Shout out to all my HBCU people out here that are upset with me. Speaking of being upset, we got Fuck Boss up. A little sad news to report. As I reported on this yesterday, Adrienne Broner is down bad. He has some problems. I showed you some clips from the stream that he was performing on with those white women, and he was talking about he has money. Well, apparently he doesn't have money, according to this site, this gossip site. Adrienne Broner asks Dean the Great's cameraman to cover Uber after claiming he was a millionaire. And if you didn't see the yesterday's show, well, shame on you. But yesterday he was claiming he got money, he's a millionaire, and these women should bow down to him and give him free sex, or he's going to cut him off. He the man, I'm him, Timothy. He started claiming he was CGA. All right. But what happens is now, take a look at him. You might not understand much of what he's saying because he's apparently drunk. This is also post-party, so everybody's gone. All the hoes are gone. All the guys are gone, and he's left there by himself. He can't afford to leave because he ain't got no money.
No.
What?
What?
Want me to let him know?
Or you can get it back. I'll make sure you get it.
I don't got bread.
Look at this. And this is how a lot of dudes are. They put on a good front, how they're having fun outside and they get bitches. I'm the man. Timothy, I got money. But then when the smoke clears, when the rooms are empty, when it's time to go home, when everybody goes back to their normal life, here be these mouthpiece, loud mouth ass niggas like this. Sad as fuck. Sad as fuck to see. Substance abuse issues. He definitely probably has some drug and alcohol issues going on. He appears to be impaired. And he doesn't have enough money to get an Uber. It doesn't make sense. You was just thumping your chest talking about how you had all of this and you had all of that and you had all the hoes. But guess what? A lot of these guys that talk shit like they the man, when it get quiet, this is how they be. Going home, lonely, drunk, broke, shit don't work, all of that. And this dude is really on his last leg. For guys like this, I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like, to look like this after being, a millionaire. He claims to be a millionaire now, but I'm pretty sure he got his hands on $1 million. That doesn't mean he had $1 million worth of cash. He earned definitely $1 million in a short time period. But now look how you going out, bro. He ain't got no credit. Can't nobody loan him no money. He asking the cameraman for some money, and apparently he asked the cameraman not to show this.
Wait, stop recording me, man.
I got you.
Stop recording me.
You making a fool out of me.
You're making a fool out of me. And look at the room. Remember what the room looked like? It had all of those OnlyFans hoes in there and all them broke niggas in there. Look at the room now. Crickets. Okay. See, the party in the club and all that shit, it looked nice. All right, but what does your life look like after that? All the lights turned off. Everybody done gone home. Everybody done took some pussy home. And you sitting there looking like a bum ass niggas at the end of the day, bro. Talking shit. Dude, the dudes that be talking that shit be out here. Man, they need to boss up, bro. Hey, somebody do me a favor.
Boss up, nigga.
Reach out to him, man. All right, reach out to your boy and let him know that, the world's looking out for him and bum niggas like him, man. This is just crazy. All right, this is just insane. Unreal. Gotta help brothers out, man. Gotta help brothers out. Help our brother out. We have crime and law CGA. All right, we got some crime out here. We got crime, people committing crimes against humanity. So we got the guy, the so-called streamer or rapper known as David. And we have an update on this case. And I didn't update it because, I had a lot of show to cover. The Megan Thee Stallion shit took over after the weekend. But apparently prior to the weekend, they had caught an unreasonable amount of child porn on this man's phone. Now, he had like 50 terabytes let me see how many terabytes of prawn that he had. All right. How many terabytes of prawn did David have? How do you spell his shit? With a 4? David have on his phone. And they got to his computer and hard drive too. Apparently he had, well, I'll let the news update it. All right. I'll let the news update it because I can't update the whole damn thing. All right. Because this story is crazy wicked. But the dude, and I'm going to tell you kind of probably most of it was, but.
Against the TikTok singer charged in the murder of a Lake Elsinore teen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Annabelle Sedano. David Burke went in front of a judge for the second time in this high-profile case, and new evidence was revealed. NBC4's Eric Leonard is in our newsroom with a breakdown of what happened in court today. Eric.
Hi, Annabelle. Well, David's defense team has been insisting that a preliminary hearing must be held as soon as possible, and that's where a judge will consider the validity of the criminal charges. That's now been set for late next week, but complicating preparation for a hearing like that, prosecutors say there is a mountain of potential evidence, including images of child pornography that they say can't just be copied for the defense. The singer, David, whose legal name is David Burke, was quiet throughout this brief hearing in downtown LA this morning. Dressed in orange jail clothes, you can see in the sketches there. He only spoke when the judge asked him to agree to the next hearing dates. Burke pleaded not guilty Monday to charges he murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez in 2025 after at least a year of alleged sexual abuse. His defense attorneys, you see them here, leaving court today without comment, have made several demands to the court to see all of the potential evidence as soon as possible. But prosecutors today explained this was going to take some time. They told the judge there are terabytes of material, and some of it allegedly contains child sexual abuse imagery, what we would call child pornography, which prosecutors said cannot just be handed over to defense lawyers. They said there are still sealed grand jury transcripts, records of wiretaps and search warrants. All of this will take many days, if not longer, to prepare and provide to defense attorneys.
They probably wearing his ass out in there, bro. He got 3 female lawyers too.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
They probably wearing his ass out 24/7 in there. I can only imagine. And I don't know if he got what they call, where they have celebrities separated from the general population. All right. It don't matter. He probably getting torn out in there, bro. All right. But look, I'm just saying, like, all that prawn that he had, I'm probably sure it's him with other girls. And we're going to actually look at this in a minute because another young lady has come out and said that, she was a minor with him too. So let me see here. Other minor comes out against David. All right. So he apparently was seeing multiple young ladies other than Celeste. And there was a private investigator who says he's having other women reaching out about this particular case. But let me see if we can pull this up here. There's a story right here on News Nation. Allegedly had a relationship with another minor. I mean, this dude was, man. And allegedly his first meeting of Celeste was when she was 10 years old. But it says right here, an investigator, Stephen Fisher, tells News Nation he allegedly had proof David was involved with another minor. He says right here that I have another minor that I've been in touch with for months. Somebody photographed evidence of her and David at his rental house, which was an illegal relationship. Fisher said these photos have been handed over to law enforcement, but he is uncertain if they will be a part of the current case. All right. So we don't have any pictures of that. Obviously, the young lady is a minor. They're alleging that this is the case, but it gets kind of worse. Here's another update on the David case. All right. Crime and Law CGA reporting here. Everything I say is alleged, but there's some court transactions, court transcripts and documents from the court saying that there have been numerous text messages between him and Celeste, the young lady that died, that apparently allegedly he knew as young as 10 years old. But at the time he was 15 years old. Okay. And they had a long-term relationship, but apparently she had grown tired. And this is one of the things that I said, that the woman was ready to move on. She was normally dating him and had been around him for so long and probably was looking to experience other guys. She's at the age 14, 15 that she wants to go date other guys. She wants to learn life. She wants to be outside. She wants to go to homecoming. She wants to go to prom. He probably can't do those things. And I said, she probably wants to talk to other guys. And we are certain that that might be the case because he said that in a song or in a message or something, that he was upset and jealous that she was talking to other men. I mean, young boys. It wasn't even men. She probably was talking to other classmates. All right. And young people their age on Snapchat and Discord or wherever the fuck they talk to people. But this is allegedly a part of the court transcript. It says numerous text messages between the defendant and the victim evidencing their sexual relationship, pregnancy, early termination of pregnancy, use of Plan B emergency contraception. This is crazy work, bruh. Messages through March 2025 proved that the defendant continued to manipulate the victim as she messaged, quote, all we do is have sex and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself. These messages were obtained from defendant's iCloud data. Okay. So yeah, they were just having sex. He was just using her as what you call sexual pleasure doll. I would dare to say a sex slave. I mean, this would just what it sounds like. All he's doing, and the family basically knew this was happening. Obviously, he was older than her. He can't go outside with her. They can't go to dates without her dressing up in disguise. What can they do outside? So she's looking to grow up and go outside. He's like, we can't really go outside. So all we doing, so he's just using her to have sex. Right? She's just a sex slave, a young sex slave. I mean, Epstein Island would have something to say about this. And that is a motive for her to probably be deceased at that point. But people pointed to pregnancy as a motive, but I would beg to differ. I would say it's more jealousy. He was losing control of her. And the fact that if he lost control of her, she has a story to tell for the next 50 years. All right. So she has a book. She has a book to write. He was going to jail. He wanted to try to prevent that. This would be the dumbest way to do that because now you're going to jail for life. But of course, dead men tell no tales. So it's going to be the evidence telling the story instead of us hearing it directly from Celeste. So absolutely tragic across the board. And if he gets out of this, this would be the biggest escape job since O.J. Simpson. Getting away with murder. All right, getting away with murder. If he gets away with this, I mean, that would be an insane trick. That would be an impressive trick if he gets away with this particular murder. But I don't see it. I mean, they have a mountain of evidence. They're going to have the one-hour man come out. Right? They're going to have the one-hour man. And I don't think the one-hour man is making any appearances anytime soon related to this particular case. All right, how y'all feeling about today's show? All right, we do have some supporters that we need to acknowledge. Shout out to you guys supporting the show. We have we have marriage news. All right, anybody want to get married? Press 1 in the chat if you want to get married. Then we have Inside of the Mind of Modern Women. And then we have the sub main event and the main event. All right, if you want to continue the show, go ahead and let me know by hitting the like button and hitting that Cash App. Cash App. Let me see what we got going on here. All right. Ooh, y'all got one more chance. All right. One more chance. All I got to say is Biggie, give me one more chance. Give me one more chance. Biggie, give me one more chance. Biggie, give me one more chance. All right. Let me see here. We got our brother here. Jay McGee says, what up, coach? Just got offered a contract on a lane. I think that meant a plane. You just got an offer on a contract on a plane. I'm running that pays $15K. Is that a month? He says, I know it's not much yet, but it's a step forward. I got money. I'm assuming that that's a month.
I got money.
So you got your plane license, if I'm not mistaken, and you got an offer contract on a plane that you're running, maybe a lane. I don't know. $15K a year. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I think that's a plane or a lane. I'm not sure. Mark says, years ago, found out a girl I was dating slept with her whole college basketball. Okay. A girl you were dating slept with the whole college basketball team, including the coaches. Some of the players were even bisexual. Things ended and she was ecclesiastically married within 1 year to an unknown sucker. Sounds like a girl I know. Oh, it's trucking? All right, shout out to our truckers. Sounds like a girl I know. All right, what school was that, Mark? Because I know a girl just like that. All right, sleeping with the whole basketball team, including the coaches. All right, and she was like that since her freshman year, bro. Oh, my goodness. And then she got married. I saw her get married on Facebook, and I was like, damn. I was like, yo, that's crazy. I wonder if they still married. And I'm like, this dude don't even know. He don't even know. Maybe he does know. But I was like, he don't even know. Let me see here. What are we doing? I want to see if she's still married. I hope y'all can't see this shit. Can y'all see this? Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to pull it up. I'm just, maybe she unfollowed me on there. Oh, you know what? Her name is different. Okay, let me see. Is that her? Yeah, she did change her name on the, that can't be her, is it? I mean, this was years ago, so it might be her. Huh. I can't really tell. Nah, that ain't her. All right, that ain't her at all. All right, I was confused like a motherfucker. I was like, wait a minute. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Oh, yeah. I got it. They're still married. Well, I can't really. Oh, my. Man, I wish I could show you this, bro. I wish I could show you this. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, man, time keeps on slipping to the future. Okay, here we go. 28 minutes, 3 years of prayer. Okay, let me see if she's still married. Yeah, they still married. They're about to have another baby right here. They just posted this. She just posted this maybe 8 days ago. She's pregnant again. My goodness. That's insane. Shout out to her, ecclesiastically married and having her fourth child. It's the third with him. So, but yo, that girl used to get busy in college. Busy. She fucked the football coaches, some of the other coaches. Anyway. All right. I plead the fifth. And so forth and so on. But hey, she used to get it in, bruh. She used to get it in. But she's happily married now. Shout out to her. Hey, it's all good in the neighborhood. She was a freak-a-leak. And yes, she's an ecclesiastic. She definitely is an ecclesiastical Christian. That's the one thing I don't like about the whole marrying late thing. I'm like, man, you don't know what you marrying. You don't know what you marrying. You could be marrying the town harlot. Like, that's what I don't get. You can be marrying the town harlot. Like, when I got married, my wife was like 25. So it didn't get only but so far. But some of y'all marrying 32 and 34 and 40. You can be marrying the town fucking harlot. Somebody said the company bicycle. You could just be marrying just the washed. Anyway. I don't get it. Key himself says, I get approached by 1s, 2s, and 3s on a weekly basis. If I liked who liked me, I'd be celibate as a mug. He says, like who likes you is a loser mindset. JUCO for life. Shout out to you. Yeah, dude, marry the whole idea of like who likes you is dumb. That's a dumb idea, bro. As a man, that just screams scarcity. That, guys, it, and you can, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll here. Because we halfway to shutting the show down, just to let you know. All right. But anyway, I got time today to shut it down. All right. Let me see here. Like who likes you? Do you agree? Is it called Likes Who Likes You? Yeah. Like who likes you. Do you agree? All right, right here. So there's the poll right there. Like who likes you. Do you agree? It's hit or miss. We got 70. It's going back and forth. It's like 65, 35. No. All right. It's not a smart plan. But that is definitely loser. By the way, I've never heard a white man say that in America. Like, I've never heard a white man in America say that. You know who I only hear saying that? Niggas. Like, that's the only guys I hear say that. Niggas that don't travel, niggas that don't got a passport, niggas that live with their mama, niggas that drive their grandma's Cadillac Capri, weirdo pimp niggas. Like, that's a weird statement to make. That screams massive amount of scarcity. I mean, you can't move somewhere else. Like, that is to me, that's too much scarcity. Okay. Somebody said I'm white and we say that. That's scarcity. Scrap sexual. That's scrap sexual to me. You just a scrap sexual at that point. Like, nothing can beat nothing more. I mean, if a guy has scarcity and no abundance and you're broke, just say you're broke. Just say you broke at that point. I'm broke. I can't get nothing better. So I'm going to just take the person that takes the least from me.
Here's the thing, if you're broke, just say that. Don't be mad at me for charging people for my time, materials, and effort. God.
By the way, that's not dating advice. That's pimp advice. One of the first guys to say that we know openly to say that is a pimp. All right. And so just so you know, when a pimp says that, that's not him talking about regular relationships. But since guys get relationship advice, unfortunately, from pimps, they take pimp advice and put it into relationship advice. Men, this is one of your biggest mistakes. I don't know why you do this. Black men, listen up. This is a dumb move. Stop taking advice. Stop taking dating advice from pimps. Pimps are giving you pimp advice. Advice on how to be a pimp. Right? That's all that comes from. And choosing. Where does the term choosing come from? Because somebody just says right here, that's where the term choosing comes from. Where does the term choosing come from? Does it come from regular dating? No, it comes from pimps. Again, I'm telling you the truth. Just wake up. The term choosing comes directly from pimp culture. You guys get too much dating and relationship advice from pimps. It's fine to get advice about women, broken women, from pimps, but stop taking what pimps say and put it to regular dating. Choosing, like who likes you comes from pimps because they got to take whatever hoe comes their way. Listen to me. They got to take any hoe. Like, how many women are going to want to get pimped on? Very few. How many women are going to want to prostitute themselves under a pimp? Very few. So they are picking from scarcity to begin with. Pimps are picking from scarcity from the start. So it's hard to even take a woman from the regular world and transition her from a pimp, right? So what'll happen is they have to take any hoe that says, I choose you to pimp me. He has to take her. That's where it comes from. So he's got to have a woman choose him. It's easier. Like, let's say, for instance, you're a pimp and you pimp from scarcity. The girl that comes up and says, hey, I want you to pimp me. He can't reject her. He can't reject her. Why? He needs to take who likes him. He has to take who choose him because there's so much scarcity. That's where that comes from. So if you believe that and you take that to regular dating, that's a scarcity mindset. That's not what you're supposed to do in regular dating. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want you guys to understand that. You're taking a scarcity mindset and applying it to where you have an open market. Dating is not pimping. Pimping is not dating. Stop taking advice from pimps on how to date. You guys are too dumb. I mean, you're dumb if you believe that. Like I'm saying, for the people who believe that, the 38% of people who believe that, you guys are idiots. You guys are dumb. Okay, you can't be this fucking stupid. But you are fucking stupid. Most people are dumb. I have to educate you. This is why I'm here. I have to educate you. Stop taking dating and marriage advice from pimps. I've been warning you this for years. They're misleading you significantly. They're dealing with crackheads and busted tooth women. They have to take what they get. They have to take who chooses them. So that's why they say that. Like if a girl came up to you and was like, can you run my OnlyFans, and you were unemployed, you would obviously say, okay, I'm doing nothing else. And she says that you can fuck me on camera. You're going to say yes. Now, I've had plenty of women reach out to me to run their OnlyFans, but I got a social media career already. So I don't have to run a girl's OnlyFans. I'm not broke. I'm not unemployed. I have a social media career. I make way more money than her at the moment. I could make more money. I could fuck on the screen, I suppose, and fuck up my bag that I got now. But for me, that doesn't make sense. So I would say no. I don't have to take that. But you're brokey. You ain't got shit going on. You ain't got no purpose yet. You willing to throw your life away and your reputation by putting your little pencil dick on the screen, fucking this fat chick. You'll throw caution to the wind. You have scarcity. You're going to do it. You're going to be like, this is my lucky day. As for me, I've had 4 or 5 women approach me with that. And I would be like, nope, no, thank you. Because I don't have scarcity. You see the difference? Anyway. All right, but stop taking advice from pimps. Stop taking Andrew Tate's pimping hoes degrees and running out here trying to mimic it and copy it. You're gonna look like a fool. Anyway, my God, these men. I wonder if the 40% of men that agree with that, please tell me you're not white. Please tell me you're not white. I'm pretty sure you niggas are black. All right, guys, why wouldn't you not just get your passport, move to another area, improve your life, grow a beard, do some push-ups? Why wouldn't that be your course of action? Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you get your life together, get a better job, get a certification, go to college, get a degree? Why isn't this the advice? Self-improve, live the free agent lifestyle, go on monk mode, you know what I mean? Learn to write and read. Why wouldn't that be the advice to improve your situation to get a better woman? Stop smoking weed, take a shower, move out of your mama's house. You see, I've named like 30 things already that you could do better than go with the woman who likes you. I just named 30 right off the top of the dome. Things you could do: get a haircut, cut the worms off your hair, wash your hair, right? You know what I mean? Wash your clothes. I've just named 100 things you could do to improve your position, earn more money. I just mentioned so many things you could do better than like who likes me. Stop wearing hoodies, wear a collar shirt, learn how to network, learn how to play golf, play tennis, drive a Uber. I just named 100 different things you could do better than like who likes me. But niggas will be doing none of those things and go with like who likes me. Yeah, pull your pants up above your ass, wear a belt. There's so many things you could do. There's so many things you could do. Move out of Raleigh, North Carolina. There's like so many things that you can do to better yourself than to deal with the lowest common denominator slag and say, this is the best I can get because she likes me. Wear some slippery shoes. Wear some slippery shoes. Go to church. I mean, we could be here all day giving you a list of better things to do. Connect your beard, wear some Just for Men. I mean, how much more? Where do we need to go, nigga? Do you need a manual? Do you need me to tell you? But well, obviously, you're not gonna buy the book. You can do 100 different things other than the philosophy of like who likes me. That is a loser philosophy, nigga. That is a loser philosophy. I don't know what to tell you, man. I can't agree with that shit. Niggas can go to the dentist. I mean, come on, bro. Anyway, golly. And where y'all at, man? Where's the fight back at? You know why? Because you can't fight back about it. You know you have scarcity and or are a loser. You're a loser if you believe that shit. Or you're a broke down perpetrating pimp. But either way, it's a loser philosophy. That's like take the job that you can get. Right? Take the job you can get. How about I do become better qualified for a better job? Instead of take the job that you can get. Oh, only 7-Eleven. Okay, I'll take it. Like, what? You gonna take that? Instead of improve, oh, you know what? 7-Eleven is the best I could get. Let me improve my shit because I'm working for the next 40 years. I got to do better than this. All right, if that's all I'm qualified for, let me do better. Let me get a skill. Let me get a certification. Let me pick another lane. Let me improve my shit. Maybe it's my communication. Maybe it's the way I walk or talk. Maybe it's the way I dress. Like, there's a whole bunch of things you could do other than just take the job that you can get. Right? Anyway, that's crazy. Unbelievable, bro. But like I said, most people ain't shit out here. Most people ain't shit. That is a loser philosophy. Bar none. Bar none. There's so many things you can do to improve that situation. And just settling for the sloppiest bitch that comes up and taps you on the shoulder is absolutely tragic. That's tragedy. Anyway, DGC Moore says, it's gonna upset some people, but there are OnlyFans women who are getting a bigger bag than some of your rappers past and present. It's gonna accept the incels. The incels don't like that. Right? The incels don't like that. Come on, bro.
How dare you?
How dare you tell us that? That's tragedy. All right, these guys are here. We're supposed to stop it, coach. Shout out to our brother, Mr. Exba. That's what we're going to call you. He says the entertainment show. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support there, ecclesiastically. And if you need the links to the support, let me know. I can hit you up. Right. Man, men are in bad shape. You're in bad shape. Men are like this man's space. I have to tell you, man. I've been doing this as long as the Cosby Show has been alive. People have to realize how much work I put in. I've been doing this. How many years did the Cosby Show run? And I'm wasting time for you niggas right now. The Cosby Show run. Let me see how many years it did run. I think I want to say 8 years. Yeah, 8 seasons. Okay, I want you to realize as a person that's on YouTube, people don't realize how much work we put in. Like the Cosby Show might have had 25 episodes a year. All right, I'm making an episode every day. All right, like 250 episodes a day. I mean, a year, 250 episodes a year. I've been running this longer than the Cosby Show. And you guys got to understand that I evolve. I see things, you see things, you give a message, you evolve it, you fine tune it. And then what happens is you realize the message that you have can't reach certain people because it's too much for them. It's too much. Most people don't want to hear this shit. They don't want to improve. They have a lack of motivation and ambition. They don't want to strive to be better. They're stuck. They're stuck. And they want you to be stuck with them. They don't want you to evolve or change. They want you to be stuck with them. And what tends to happen is you become unrelatable to them, and you become unrelatable to them, and you can't relate to them anymore because They don't really understand what you were about. They didn't want to invest in themselves or you. And they want to find excuses about why they're in the position that they're in. We're going to see this later with the women. And they come up with these goofy, crazy concepts. And men try to stick together to keep men at the us celebrating the lowest common denominator. And really what I've determined in these 9 seasons, all right, 8 seasons, 10 years on YouTube, is that men want to be low frequency. As much as they want to focus the attention on the women, the men are the low frequency common denominator. And I see this when we do things like Black Lives Matter, where they focus on the lowest common denominator and let you chant loser nigga names because these dumbass niggas get they ass killed by the police by not listening. Okay. And I always tell you, I'm not celebrating that low common denominator ass nigga. Hey, he didn't deserve to get put out there, but I see that's an ignorant ass nigga. Hey, I'm not going to talk about him. All right. Fuck that nigga. All right. Fuck him and his old dumb ass. All right. One less dumb nigga to deal with. He was going to go out anyway. And then they reveal his criminal record. I was like, it was only a matter of time, nigga. All right. If it wasn't that police interaction, it was going to be another one. Same thing as the male space in general. And I look at it, and the male space just makes me shake my head as the leading voice and the professor of this, the king of kings of so-called the men. I look at the men and I look and I shake my fucking head. Even the men that claim they're at the top, still running ignorant shit, telling y'all niggas like who like you. Right? Why do they do that? Let me tell you why they do that. Because they're trying to feed you. And as a content creator, I'm going to give you a secret here. As a content creator, they're trying to keep their numbers up. That is the number one goal of a content creator. Keep their numbers up. Whereas me, I focus on trying to shed the numbers. All right. I don't chase the numbers. I don't give a fuck about the subscribers per se. All right. I know where I stand. I know I can't relate to every man. I know I can't save everybody. I've been saying that for years. Can't save everybody. What I try to do is shed away from the losers and try to build around the winners. But other content creators, they need them numbers. They need the validation. They need the hit. So they will literally try to feed you niggas low frequency information like ism and pimp and like who likes you and choosing and cold approach. And this is a loser strategy. It's been a loser strategy since forever. And by the way, cold approach comes from pimping too. Okay. Okay. Cold approach comes from pimping. They still feeding you rage about OnlyFans. And where's OnlyFans? It ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. Look, bruh. OnlyFans is going nowhere. We got our latest OnlyFans live report here. I told you that woman from American Pie, she claims to make $1 million in her first week on OnlyFans. Guys, this is a 52-year-old woman. They typically lie about their numbers. So it is what it is. But she says, I can verify the reports that the headlines that she made $1 million on OnlyFans. Now, listen, I don't doubt it because entertainers have an easy path to money. All right. They have an easy path to a built-in fan base. I don't know what she made, but I guarantee you she made a bag. Age 52. And she also is just divorced. All right. She just divorced. So this is also the message of she left the marriage and the first thing she did was hopped on OnlyFans. So it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. This is what they're able to do. This is the new empowerment and it's going nowhere. All right. Uh-oh, the new world order on me. Incels reporting me. That's what's happening. Let me see here. New world order. The incels are reporting me. All right. But anyway, that's what's going on here. I'm trying to kick this real. Now, most of the time we know that they're lying about their numbers. Okay. Most of the time we know they're lying about their numbers. So the numbers aren't exactly what they are. All right. But you see what's happening, bro. I didn't have no problems until I was just talking about the ism. All right. Anyway, let's see what we can do here about that. They running. Oh, yeah, they running. They running scared. All right, so here we go right here. I had to change that up real quick. They running scared. Anyway, enough about that. I'm pretty sure y'all missed most of it. He said Goldie reported you. Yeah, they report me. They like, oh man, we can't have him out here. And look, I'm just looking at it going, men are doing this one-sided scam of trying to convince you to manipulate women and give them nothing. It's not going to work for you. It's not going to work. Anyway, moving forward here, we got some more supporters I need to acknowledge. Thank you for the support. And I don't know what she posting over there. Shout out to our brother. It is the Fisherman. He says, successful Asian male that watches your show daily. Your message crosses all races. Thank you, coach. Shout out to our Asian supporter here named the Fisherman. He says he's successful. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to you, man. And the message does cross racial lines. It's just that I think 50% of my audience is black. You know, I'm not a white content creator, so black people tend to listen to me more than they'll listen to Better Bachelor or a Tomasi Rollo or Richard Cooper. They're not going to relate. So that's what happens. Shout out to Tyron Thomas. Says, great show on not taking pimp advice, coach. Okay, pimp advice. And some people don't realize that a lot of strategies that you've used for dating comes directly from pimping. Cold approach. All right, who cold approach? Like, let me just say this. Before 1970, did men go? I mean, some of you guys don't know about 1970. Did men go around just walking up to women, approaching them all day long as a strategy, day in and day out, 365 days a year, right? Year 5, year 8. This was nothing. This was not a thing. This was not a thing. Most men were married. They had their girl. At best, they were doo-wopping outside of a woman's window. They literally latched on to the 1 or 2, 3 women in their neighborhood, and that was their chance. You know what I mean? They had to beg her, doo-wop, peeping Tom her, follow her around, meet the parents, pull up in the Chevy, big-ass Chevy. Men did not. This cold approach was not a thing. That showed up right around the onset of the Mac, all right? All of these pimp movies, blaxploitation movies. Men wanted to know how to do this, and what pimps do to recruit is they cold approach. That's what they do. That's their strategy. They walk up to women, they holler, they run game, they use their mouthpiece. Another term that comes from pimp, mouthpiece. You don't see what I'm telling you? I'm trying to connect the dots. Mouthpiece, another phrase that comes from pimps that you apply to regular dating. And to cold approach, pimps got to go running around the city all day, cold approaching women. What's up? Hey, you know what I mean? Trying to knock another hoe, knock another pimp's hoe. That's where cold approach comes from. By the way, game comes from cold approach. I mean, game comes from pimps. Game comes from pimps. The idea of having game comes from pimp culture. The idea of having game comes from pimp culture. But what we've done is, and dating coaches successfully have packaged it up to teach you how to do it. They typically just stole from pimps, or pimps actually wrote a book. The other dude, Tariq Nasheed, also wrote another book about this Mac game stuff. He's pivoted successfully to politics, black racial politics, because it's more profitable. And he's older now. But the whole idea of this comes from pimp culture. And you apply it to regular dating. And I'm going to tell you, this is why it doesn't work. All right. This is why inevitably the people who only make it work, they sell it to you, but they never show you receipts. They can just package it up pretty. Most of these guys are losers. They're lames. They whack. They not max. They lie. They mislead. They steal. They cheat. And then they sell you a system that doesn't work for the regular marketplace. They'll convince you it does, but overwhelmingly, most of the time, at best, they get in phone numbers. They'll just show you phone numbers. I got this phone number, and I talked to her, and look at me talking to this girl, and I had a good conversation with her. But they don't show you nothing. They don't show you nothing. Okay, what happened afterwards? Did you talk to her? Did you take her on a date? Did she come to your house? Did you fuck her? What happened? They don't show you. They'll just sit up there and telling you, hey, they approached the girl, they got a number, she put the number in the phone, and he be out here, look at me, look at me, look at me. Okay, now what? Now what? What happened? So this is where guys don't understand that they're being misled. And I try to unmislead you, but a lot of guys want to argue. Like I tell you, most of you guys are getting faulty information. You're getting faulty information. You're being misled, and you waste years trying to emulate something that was not meant for you. It was meant for pimps and broken women. It was meant for busters and niggas couch surfing, fake perpetrating pimps to make themselves feel good and look better about themselves. But anyway, he says shy guys in the 70s got nothing. All right. And he says, watch Shaft. Brothers, once again, I'm going to tell y'all, stop watching movies and then try to compare it to real life. I try to not talk about movies and compare it to real life. A lot of shy guys got shy girls. If you look at the marriage rate, that is false. I'm trying to school you. The marriage rate showed that people paired up based on like what do you call it? People that are shy, they married a shy woman. Or they married a woman that was just extremely loud and controlled him. That's just bullshit. That's movies. Nigga, life was not a movie. That was a movie. That's Hollywood. All right. 80% of men in that time was married. They were married by the time they were 25. So men, most of the time, you didn't have to worry about running game into your 30s. That's the term I was looking for. Introverts got introvert women. And the other reason why is because women had scarcity. Women had scarcity. They couldn't just stay out here fucking until they 40. So they had to kind of make a decision. Am I going to be a lesbian? Am I going to be a career woman? Am I going to get a husband? Or am I going to be an old maid? So women typically went in married up by 25 or at least had a baby or relationship, something. Okay, 4 kids, 5 kids, because they had scarcity. A woman couldn't just jump on a plane, get flown out, jump on the internet. You couldn't even drive a car. You couldn't even drive a car 40 miles away. You couldn't even, guys, you have to understand, in 1970, gas prices, inflation, oil embargo, nobody in 1970 was like, let me drive from LA to San Diego and go on a date in a big gas guzzling Mercury. Okay. Let me see here. The world is just different. The world is different. Let me see if I can pull this shit up. This is what people drove on the rates of income that they made. All right. A Mercury Marquis. Nobody's driving 45 miles away in this shit to go on a date. Let's go on a date. Everybody literally, somebody said 8 miles to the gallon. Nobody made more than $30,000 a year. That was peak income. People made at best $15,000 a year. On this shit, let me just go on a date and drive from LA to San Diego to meet a woman that they probably weren't going to fuck, because women didn't fuck like that on the first date like that. All right. Because you almost guaranteed to not get no pussy. Okay. You was guaranteed to not fuck that woman. Right. Driving all the way down there, 45 miles, 8 miles to the gallon. All right. There ain't no way. You're like, bruh. So guess what? There's so much scarcity. Women had scarcity. By the way, women probably didn't drive as much as they drive today. Certainly not driving 45 miles away to go get digged down with no air conditioning in the summer in the desert. You see, I'm telling you, man, y'all been completely misled. Most people just dated socially. By the way, the chart proves this. There's a chart that proves this. They dated socially. They dated within the church. They didn't date much past 25. They got together. They settled. They got in there. Introverts dated introverts, or an extroverted woman dated an introvert nigga and ran over him. Okay. People paired off. Black people too. People paired off. They didn't spend all day in their youth going to college and running game. No, this is false. This is super duper false. Hold on for a second. Somebody mentioned this because we got time today. This is what men would probably drive in 1970 during the pimping and the macking era. A regular guy. Not this is what a regular guy was driving, right? A 1950s, you know what I mean? This shit. He not driving very far to go pick up to go on a date. He not driving very far because this car was still on the road. Trust me, my dad had one of these, bruh. My dad had one of these. So niggas is not driving that far to go get no sex in this gas guzzling ass shit. All right, no way, bruh. He'll put his family in this. His family will go in there. All right, he'll have 2 and 3 kids going up in there by 2 or 3 other women that lived around the corner from each other, right down the street. He'd get home from work, walk down the street, go fuck the girl around the corner, come on back. Let me see here. This is what dudes was driving right here. If you were lucky, nigga, if you had a car, okay, right there. This is what you driving to go. That's if you have a car, because these cars was like $3,000. That was out of people's budget right here. That was the best you was getting as a regular dude, going to church, playing in the fucking the choir. And somebody, this is a big one right here. This is a big one. And this is what people don't understand. Let me see where I saw that one. There also wasn't a lot of interracial dating during this time. Okay. There wasn't a lot of interracial dating. So black guys to just go be cold approaching white women and taking white women out. I mean, it happened, but it was a low chance of that happening. Certainly black women openly dating white men. I mean, the best you're going to get is maybe a white dude with an Asian woman. So you even have less interracial dating. I mean, you don't have just going out, just taking your shot. All right, let me just pick who I want. And let me go. By the way, here's another one. There weren't that many fat white women. So you couldn't, black men couldn't depend on fat white women to get their rocks off. First of all, there weren't that many fat white women. Like these obese wildebeests that you fucking walking around with, talking about, well, she liked me. Let me show you what a fat white woman was in 1970s and 1980. This woman right here was considered fat, for too fat for TV for white women. Right here. Her name is Delta Burke. Look her up. They used to criticize her for being too fat on a TV show called Designing Woman. They used to pick her. They used to diss her. This is about as fat as you was gonna get right here. And she was skinny fat. All right. She was just up and down in weight. She was like a yo-yo. But that was like considered big for a white woman. Right. She was on this show. And that was like the 80s. There was like, damn, she getting big. And yep, there it is. That's what was considered big and fat. That's just chubby now. And yeah, big butts and all these fat butts and all that didn't exist. So niggas wasn't just going for the biggest ass they can get. Girls wanted small asses. They don't want no big ass. All right. Their genes wanted to flatten their ass out. So with that being said, there was so much different about the world when you guys are getting advice. Your advice, and there wasn't hair weaves. There were barely hair weaves. All right. So women they wore wigs back in the day, but not young women. So much things have changed where you guys are applying it and thinking that it happened no, it didn't. You guys got most of your dating advice from rappers. Much of your sexual education has come from rappers. Most of y'all got your sexual education from Too Short, if you're my age. Your first introduction to sexual education was either your dad's porno stash or your friend's dad porno stash. Too Short. Any of the DJ Quick and Second to None, Luther Campbell, Ice Cube and NWA, Nelly, Tip Drill, and Prawn. This is why we all have an unhealthy sexual obsession. Eazy-E, AMG. This is where men get their sexual education. And this is where you get your information on what women want and how to treat them. And this is why we have a complete disconnect between men and women. You also got the idea that women should get nothing from rappers, right? And pimps. Am I making sense to you? Anybody disagreeing, or do you just have hurt feelings? Most of you got the idea that women should get nothing from rappers and pimps. Ideally, pimps give nothing. They give nothing to their women, which is a myth, but the woman keeps no money. All right. She keeps no money. She supposedly gives him all the money, but he does have to give her shoes and clothes and babysit her and give her a place to live. So there's giving her nothing is a little bit of a misnomer. It's not exactly what you think. He actually takes care of her. And most of the time it's a girlfriend relationship, but you didn't get that part of the information from the rap or the movies. Also got the idea that a girl gets nothing from you because she's trying to finesse you. I ain't the one to get played like a poop butt. They only want to get their nails and their hair done. Most of you guys got the idea that women should get nothing for them giving up something from rap music. And this has misled you in a big way. Also, though, it has made you a little bit more in tune on not to get finessed. So not everything's bad. Not everything's bad, because there are some predatory women that will finesse you out of your pocket. So at least the rappers made it aware that these bitches are trying to finesse you. But also, a lot of these rappers were very young at this time. Ice Cube was 16 or 15. By the time he's on tour, he's 17 or 18. Most of these guys were dealing with young girls. They're dealing with 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old girls. So most of these rappers were very young. So you got to understand that's what they're representing in the lyrics. They're representing them being broke, right? Them being broke at a time where they're in high school, coming out of barely high school, barely into college. Most of the rappers probably started college, a little bit of college, went 1 or 2 years before they popped off. And most of them had the idea that they were going to give no money to the women. By the way, tricking comes straight from pimp culture. Again, okay, connecting the dots. The idea that you would pay a woman or pay her a date or pay her a fee or pay her money for sex directly, that comes straight from pimp culture. Has nothing to do with regular relationships, dating, or marriage. So if you apply that to regular dating and marriage, it doesn't make sense, because shit costs, right? Gas costs. You're going to pay something. You got to put something. Snaps on the petrol. So, I think men have been misled and misguided for sure. And a lot of you guys are not rappers. You're not pimps. You're none of this. You're a regular Joe ass nigga. You're a regular Joe. You're a regular lane. You're a regular L7 square, and you ain't going to be nothing more than that. You're going to be a square, a lame, a goofball, a knuckle dragger. That's all you're going to be. You ain't going to be no Mac, no player, no pimp. You ain't going to be no confident cold approacher. You're not going to be a ladies man. None of that shit. So following these guys is leading y'all niggas down into hell. Following these guys, you're not going to be a pickup artist. You're not going to have no game. Most of you guys are going to be led astray right in the hell to a dry dick in frustration. Right? That's it. That's it. And dudes be like, here, well, you lame. Okay, nigga, what you want me to be? You want me to be you? I'm lame then, okay? I'm a square. By the way, calling a person a square, although it came from the 60s lingo, square today comes from pimp culture. Once again, so does lame. Although white people use lame, the fact that a black guy will call you lame is not in the white vernacular. It is in the pimp vernacular. Lame. All of your lingo comes from pimps, aka losers. These are losers. Couch surfers, brokies, niggas that don't have retirement plans. All right. Am I connecting these dots? You guys got to understand I got the game tight over here. I got the game tight. I can tell you where shit comes from, but y'all have been misled, all right, greatly by young rappers and pimps. Misled. It's not the real world. Rappers don't live in the real world, neither do pimps. All right, certainly a young rapper does not live in the real world. They are living in a bubble, a facade. And I will say this again, most of their relationships have been with minors. All right. And some of these guys were married. Luther Campbell married. Ice Cube married. Dr. Dre married. Eazy-E married. Like how much? LL Cool J married. Method Man married. Shall I go on? Snoop married. Married to their high school sweetie, some of them. Jay-Z married. Most of these men end up going home to their wives. Telling you bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Telling them it ain't no fun if the homie can't have none. Went home to wives. Ja Rule married. Come on, man. Oh, Fat Joe talking about he having menage a trois. Married. Come on, man. I'm connecting these dots. Migos, Offset, married. Was Lil Wayne married? Not sure. Most of these dudes was married, telling y'all to do this shit and be in the streets doing this, and the dude ain't do this, and you a trick if you do that. And these niggas going home to wives and kids. T.I. married. Biggie Smalls married twice. Tupac was gonna get married allegedly at 25. Like, stop. DMX married. Like, come on, man. Lil Wayne was married. Come on, bruh. Like, you got to put two and two together. You got to wake up. Pimp C was married. Pimp C was married. Oh, what's the other dude? Pimp C, what's his other counterpart? Big, what's his name? Bun B? Married. Bun B, married. Gucci Mane, married. Nas, Escobar, married. All up and down the fucking avenue. Man, please. Jeezy got married. I mean, it's just so pathetic where people don't realize. Y'all listening to this shit all day long. Them niggas putting it on the record. Y'all trying to emulate it in your lifestyle, wondering why it don't work and why it's giving you frustration. And these niggas going home to girlfriends and wives. Girlfriends and wives. Ice Cube been married since the beginning. Just think about that. Ice Cube was married since the beginning. Since you first heard that nigga spit on the microphone, he had been married the whole time. Think of all the shit that he said about relationships, dating, and women on his records, and went home the whole time to a wife, a girlfriend. Ice-T was married, or he had a relationship with the one woman, Darlene, and then Coco, married. Snoop Dogg was married the whole time. He was with his girlfriend, wife the whole time. Snoop Dogg. So, yeah, was they probably cheating on these wives? For sure. Sure, they probably were doing what they were doing on there, but they were going home to wives. They still had wives. Was 2 Chainz married? And some of these dudes had degrees. Lil Jon, some of these niggas they were smart and they was playing whole buffoons. 2-parent households like Ja Morant. Okay, E40 married. I mean, and then dudes want to tell me about some movie. Dude want to tell me about Ice-T was a pimp and all this crazy shit. I'm like, y'all believe anything, bro. But some of these dudes had college degrees. 2 Chainz, I believe, was one of them. I think he had a college degree. Plies has a college degree. That doesn't mean you're smart, but some of these niggas acting dumb and ignorant for your own entertainment purposes, and you think this shit is real, and you apply it to your life, and you get frustrated why women aren't cooperating with this shit. Well, they do this in the Tip Drill movie, and they do this, and these hoes do that. Oh, let's not start talking about tricking in rappers, because that'll really blow your mind. How many of these rappers trick and pay for pussy and jump on the record and say they don't pay for pussy and trick? I even showed you Too Short admitted to paying and supporting a woman, but he didn't call it tricking. Don't let me even get started on that. This guy out here got y'all thinking about, oh, that's tricking. And Too Short was like, well, I did pay, but okay, all right, nigga. All right, nigga. But look, I'm not trying to shit on them. What I'm trying to get men to understand is before you argue with me, this is what I'm doing. And shout out to the rappers and entertainers that listen to me. I'm not trying to mess you up. I'm not trying to mess you up. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get these fucking idiots that talk to me to try to reel me back in on some shit that don't exist. Pimp culture, it's non-existent. Most people don't have that culture. Lifestyle, rap, movies. This is all, don't argue that shit with me, bruh. Don't bring that shit to me. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Y'all been misled. But yeah, they trick too. And I don't mind it. But they try to convince you that it's a violation of street code and they out here supporting whole women. What's the dude, Blueface? Blueface has a clip out right now where he just said, and I don't know if it's true, that his new baby mama gets $12,000 a month. I don't know if it's true. He said this on the stream, but that's a new clip that just came out. Blueface. And he was like, his girlfriend get $12,000 a month. Let me see if I can pull it up. Baby mama. And Strag too. She a whole Strag. Let's see what we got. But these guys supposedly, I'll get it for free. All right. The whole mindset, right? And I'm like, nah, they don't. Let me see if we can do it right here.
Bro, you made $12,000 last month.
I'm broke.
What'd you spend the money on?
Responsibilities. Flying.
Your responsibilities ain't $12,000.
Flying.
I just checked this Apple Pay. You made $12,000
Did you feel happy to tell them?
in the month of April.
Did you feel happy to tell them?
All right, there it is right there. So he said, I just checked the Apple Pay. You make $12,000 a month. And he said, and you're still broke. You spent it all in a week, AKA boom. All right. And there go her. She got definitely the milky titties going on. Titties full of milk. And now she like, why you telling the world?
Did you make your cut today by telling them?
You made $9,000 in March.
And bet I'll make a whole lot next month.
You made $21,000
Bet I'll make a whole lot next month.
in the last 2 months.
Bet I'll make a whole lot next month.
Okay, so when you tell me, and I'm going to tell you, man, most of the girls you see me with look way better than this. All right, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. You saw what I had. Don't lie. Most of my girls look way better than this. That's why the internet went crazy about CGA. Nobody applied. Nobody said none of my girls were ugly. And they girls got bird seed. This woman getting 12K. If you talking about I'm messing up the game, you messing up the game. This girl getting 12K from Blueface. Come on, bruh. Oh my goodness. I mean, he making it back from the streaming, but I mean, Lord.
The fuck did you do with the money?
Bet I make a whole lot next month.
All right. You want to be ungrateful?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, what? And she tired of him, man. This relationship's gonna, as soon as she have this baby, she gone. All right, as soon as she have this baby, she out of there, bro. And
gotta get my bag and run.
And he gonna be on child support. He gonna be paying that much money in child support per month. She out of there, bro. She don't like him at all. I'm pretty sure. But there you go. Another rapper. That woman's getting 12K. And so when these women show up like, oh, this guy did this for me. He did that. And I'll be like, sometimes y'all be like, she lying. If this woman jumped on the internet and said a rich rapper, let's just take Blueface out of this. A rich rapper gave me $12,000 a month. Y'all would be like, she lying, coach. Right? She lying. But in fact, she would be accurate according to this particular data that we have. She's accurate. She did have a rapper at least give her once $12,000 a month. Y'all think they lying on the internet. Sometimes they are lying. But this Strag, I don't even know if she's a mulatto Strag or a white Strag. I don't know. But this one woman right here, I mean, I don't want to diss her too much. I mean, I don't think she's unattractive. I think she kind of looked like Shrek's donkey in the face. And he getting disrespected and talked down to at 12K a month. Nigga, please. Come on, bro. It's an evil world we live in. I really get defensive on my philosophy because a lot of loser niggas come over here with loser pimp and music and movies and rappers and entertainers and athletes. I'm like, you talking about a fantasy. None of that stuff they talking about in them lyrics actually happened or they're embellishing. Don't believe that shit 100%, meaning don't believe that that's a lifestyle that they live. Just trying to help you out. But don't use it to argue against me. Don't use that lame square, you fucking up the game, that ain't P, that ain't player, that ain't the ism. Do not use that against me because that shit is bullshit. It doesn't exist. Shout out to the Rusted Junk says CGA high schoolers and early college students before the oil embargo were buying and financing muscle cars, including Corvettes. Cars weren't overpriced like they are now. My dad was established, had a 71 Pontiac Grand Prix that he had until 77 when him and mom bought a new LeBaron, not the Chrysler. All right, shout out to you. Yeah, they definitely weren't overpriced to scale. They were scaled a lot better. Shout out to you. That's a co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to you, man. DG Seymour says, Coach, I traveled in Asia, Europe, and South America. The American male is the biggest crybaby, living in a land of opportunity, refusing to elevate and expand himself. There's no shortage of accomplished men out there. Hit the air raid on them. Shout out to you. Yeah, American males don't know what they have. Like, if you don't know you have an advantage, you're not going to take advantage. You're just going to complain. All right, but you have the biggest advantage going on here. That's a co-sponsorship by DG Seymour. Shout out to you. All right.
I'm rich.
Dennis S says one of my favorite rappers was Fonte. All right. Is that the brother from Fonte was either from not Little Brother, but another group, the Detroit rap group. There's a Detroit Slum Village. I believe it is. I might be wrong. But one of my favorite rappers, Fonte, once said to his son who was watching the BET rap videos, turn that ish off. It is the Little Brother. All right. Shout out to Little Brother from Charlotte. I think they're from Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken. Little Brother, great group. But he says he once told his son who was watching BET rap videos to turn that shit off. That psychological warfare. Would love to hear you break down and deep dive why white men, especially powerful ones, love to be sexually dominated by men. Shout out to you. I'm sorry, by women. They like to be pause, but love to be sexually dominated by women. A power dynamic that could be explored. Shout out to you. But yeah, they're from Raleigh, North Carolina, and they went to North Carolina Central. Shout out to Lil Brother, great rap group if you want to hear some real hip hop. Anyway, pause on that. Shout out to Dennis S. All right, I think we're rounding the corner. We're going to get back to the show ecclesiastically. I got you guys to kick in and support the show by going off script, because sometimes when I stay on script, y'all get to sleep, y'all get put to sleep. So I got to go ahead and trigger a little bit of response from the audience. Black Suburban Dad Review says, when I hear like who likes you, to me, it means don't waste your time on women not interested in you. Only be interested in the girls that both of you show common interest. So I understand that. That's normally what happens. But of course, when you give a person that idea to like who you likes you, you also have to understand that males today are underachievers. They're underachievers. So anytime you give a male, this is my philosophy. Anytime you give a male a easy route out, 80% of them are going to take the easy route. Apply that to black men in general. If you say like who likes you and you apply it to, well, don't waste time on girls that are not interested in you, then that means they're going to take the easy way out. They're going to be like, oh, okay, she's not interested. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and only apply it to girls who they're interested in. But is that a quality woman that's interested in you? Is that woman quality? Or is it just a regular slump buster or a booger wolf? You're going to find that it's a low quality woman, which is going to mess you up. So let's just say, if you only have low quality women attracted to you, I would say you should do something about yourself to change that, as opposed to accept low quality women. If in fact you're dealing with low quality women, which more than likely is going to be the case. If you look at dating for men, even the most attractive man dates down 2 points. If he dates on his level or above, trust me, he is spending a lot of money. He can't afford it. Or she is supporting him with the idea that when he gets up, he supports her. Most men are dating 2 points down. I can prove this. Klay Thompson. Right. I can name couples left and right. Ja Rule and his wife. T.I. and his wife. I mean, some of them are dating way more than 2 points down. If they're not dating 2 points down, he's spending a lot of money, or he improved himself to be able to do it. All right, because if you look at some dudes that have loving relationships, that woman is 2 points down or more. Tell me I'm not lying. I'm trying to put y'all up on the game. This is the real game. Most dudes that take the loving route, and I mean, listen, that's not a bad strategy. Today it is, and yesteryear it wasn't. But just go down and just take a look. Go outside, find a guy. They're in a relationship. That woman is 2 points lower than him, for sure. It'll be a skinny dude or a very nondescript dude and with a big, fat, chunky bitch. But it is what it is. I don't know. So if that's where you want to be, fine. But most guys I know, that's not where you want to be. Anyway. Yeah, Prince, he's rich. Like I said, Prince was tricking on these women and paying for their lifestyles and putting them up and giving them career opportunities. So he used Prince as an example. Is what Prince represent most guys. Prince has the all-time best rotation according to our live stream. You're using Prince. You're going to use that exception to the rule to argue down what I'm saying. And you're not going to just, you're going to overlook the fact that he was spending money on these women. Right? He was spending massive amount of monies and putting them girls in shows and careers and making them dancers and musicians and shit. You just gonna overlook that? Okay. Men are something else, bro. And by the way, press 1 in the chat if you saw me with the Prince video of him getting a 16-year-old to get that he claimed legal guardianship over. So if we're going to include Prince, we got to include minor women, 16-year-olds. Right. Right. If we're going to include Prince, we got to include the fact that, let's go back to the celebrities and minors. Rick James, celebrities and minors. Now we got to pull out the minors again, because he certainly wasn't tricking and spending on no 30-year-old women. So, yeah, bruh. He was spending mad money on these girls and had them all locked up, hemmed up, taking care of them and all of that shit. He wasn't pimping them. Pimping them mean that other men got the fuck on them and brought him the money. I'm pretty sure Prince wasn't doing that to those 60, 70-year-old women. That's neither here nor there. Anyway. Shout out to Lamont J. Says men in the black community talk about things they do in their music, but as soon as they get jammed up in court for it, now see, my lyrics are artistic expressions, ass nigga. That's a fact. All them rappers in there, I just said that. I wasn't saying I really didn't do that. It's an artist. I'm an artiste. I'm an artiste. I'm a musician. Don't be misled, man. Don't be misled. We'll get back to this part of the show. We didn't plan to go down that route. We got two options because we're at the 2-hour mark. Yeah, we're at the 2-hour mark, so we should be getting into the main event. We got two options. We can talk about married life. We can do married life. We can save this for tonight. Inside the mind of married women. We could do inside the mind of modern women. Then the sub main event, then the main event. But I got to skip one of those. What about Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson. Who did Michael Jackson take to the Grammys? Back in 1983, 84. Let's see if y'all know this. Somebody said Diana Ross. No. He probably did at some point, but he didn't. Somebody said Lisa Marie Presley. No. He took Brooke Shields to the Grammys. I want you to know, let's roll it back. Let's roll it. And he took Webster at one point. He took Webster and Brooke Shields. Brooke Shields at the time was considered a virgin, but whatever on that. She also was how old at the time? He took her to the Grammys. How old was she at the time? Yep, look at her. Look at them. Y'all getting a lesson today. They said she was 18 at the time. He was 25. But her fame came between when she was 12 and 16 and 17. Her big fame was 12 to 18, 12 to 16. But at the time, she was 18. But we talking about barely 18. But most of her fame and infamy was when she was 14 and 16. But they say right here, which is a shocker, she probably was 18 by a couple of months, barely. She was 18 years old at the ceremony. Michael Jackson was 25. So people don't realize how much time has changed. He took some young, fresh and green. So she was legal, but barely. And she was 18. Now, I don't know if Michael Jackson popped that off or not. Okay. 25 and 18. Now, if you're a 25-year-old man today and you take an 18-year-old girl anywhere, I guarantee you niggas gonna make you. Somebody said she was 17. Her birthday wasn't until May. So maybe AI got it wrong, all right, on the calculation, all right, which is possible. Which is possible. Let me see what AI comes up with. All right, we don't want that. Says the Grammys were February, but her birthday was in, yeah, it said May earlier. But if you're a 25-year-old guy right now and you fucking went out here with an 18-year-old anything, they gonna come for your neck. They did go for his neck, though, but it was also the interracial thing. All right. Times change, don't it? We think shit was grown. We think shit was different back in the day. But, man, I mean, you think it was the same back in the day. You can't apply the same rules as back in the day. And this is him, Brooke Shields, and trying to get that ecclesiastical kiss. Right here. Look at that. There he is trying to get that. Look at him. And he looked like he going, hee. He trying to pressure her. She looked like she don't want to give up that kiss. She's like, I'm innocent. But he getting that hee. All right. Anyway, man, this show is off the rails. Okay. She trying to, I don't want to. Stop. I said no. But he was about to put that he on her, and now, he's about to put that gone girl on his ass. He was about to, hey, baby, with the high heels on, ass nigga. You give me fever like I never, ever known, ass nigga. He about to give her that, hold on for a second, let's pull it up. He about to give it I like the look of your walk, your talk, your dress. I see you coming from miles around. You pick me up in my car and we'll paint the town, ass nigga. Just kiss me, baby, and tell me twice that you're the one for me, ass nigga. All right, anyway. Y'all stupid, bro. Where we at? Let's get back to this shit. We got Inside the Mind of Modern Women. Inside the Mind of Modern Women. All right, what do we got? Shimon, ass nigga. That's what he was saying to her. Shimon, girl. Oh, ass nigga. All right, so what we got here? We have Inside the Mind of Modern Women. We have a woman. Oh, wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear this. This is going to tell you, bro. This woman says she's a sex expert. There she is right there. Skeezer. All right, shout out to her. She gives it up. She says sex expert Dr. Raina Malik reveals that 60% of young women are open to being choked during sex. You heard it here.
I like to get dominated.
I like to
choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
Younger people these days are more into rough sex, so choking has become the norm. All right, I've been trying to warn you of this. I did a show on this on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel. I told you that part of the JUCO experience is that these women get to take their alter ego over there and guarantee some sort of dominant, rough sex, daddy-daughter, daddy-baby experience. It's not just that, the pay for play. There's a relationship there that the woman can be more open-minded and ask and request for certain things with Gen Z.
I like to get dominated.
Been telling you that for a long time. Y'all didn't think it was the case. Let's hear it.
Younger people these days are actually having a rise in more we call rough sex. So choking has become very, very common as like they call choking almost like vanilla sex. So young people, if you look at data, like 60% of women and I think it's 20% of men have been choked during sex of that age group, like college age group. And of those people who get choked, 20% have been choked 25 times or more. Right. Now, I think it's fine if you're into that, but I can't imagine that many people are into choking. Younger people these days.
I can.
I like to get dominated.
Bro, I know this for a fact. All right, because this is why women pick bigger, better, stronger, faster, muscle, older men that are dominant. This is why they go over to the JUCO. This is why the monetized dating marketplace is going to take off. This is why they have so many male virgins and men with less sexual experience, because the women aren't going to try to teach you how to do this. They don't teach you how to do this. Women do not go about teaching you how to do it. What they do is they try to find men who do it, whether it's a Pookie, a bum nigga, a Ray, a Tyrone, a masculine man, a sugar daddy. Okay. This is what they're going over there for. All right. It's the money too, but they're also getting that particular part fulfilled. It's like a double win. And I've been knowing this and trying to teach you this. And of course, these are your future wives. They're not going to, even the husbands don't get to participate in this, more than likely. But this is why you're going to see a bigger gap between the men who are getting sex and the women who are. All right. It's going to just be a gap because women are watching more pornography. They're watching more rough sex. They are integrating more rough sex. Their lyrics and the music they listen to talk about this particular dynamic. So they're curious about it. Like I said, they're not going to tell you to do it. But if you go and do it and they'll give you consent, they'll enthusiastically be a part of it. They'll like, I'm into it. Yes, daddy. They hit you with the okay, daddy real quick.
Okay, daddy.
Okay, daddy. So the rough sex. And she said more than 25 times. Okay. Yes, indeed.
Okay, daddy.
All right. Shout out to you. And that again was brought to you by your boy, Notorious One. I've been on it. I got the post to the streets. Most of your incel content creators, they don't know about this. Have no fucking clue. They have no clue. First of all, they ain't even having sex out here, most of these incel content creators. And some of them are scared to pander, scared to tell their audience the real. All right, we have a so-called comedian we have a comedian that has this to say. Apparently, I don't know if she has a black boyfriend, but he appears in her videos quite a bit. This is a content creator. Her name is Savannah. This is what she had to say. Yeah, somebody said they're telling you you're going to go to jail. You're going to go to jail if you choke a woman. Yeah, they do the incel scare tactic on you, which is something you should think about. Get consent. But that's what they're hitting you with. If you do it, you're going to go to jail. Be careful. Incel content creator. Or a guy that panders to incel content creator. We have this one right here. Savannah says this about her previous lifestyle.
I was deep in the sugar baby game in my early 20s. Well, technically it was deep in me. The worst part about it was when all the haters were like, you're such a whore, because technically they were right. The whore is a prostitute or someone who sells their body for hire. And I was getting sometimes. But the people who work a 9 to 5 every day are getting way harder. Every day, 8 hours, you sign away your body. I did 3 minutes and got a couple stacks. That's just better business.
Your future wives, Manhattan, New York. Shout out to you.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Your future wives, gentlemen.
Capitalism maxing.
Capitalism maxing. Capitalism maxing. I make what you make in 1 week in 3 minutes. All right. Damn.
I was deep in the sugar baby game in my early 20s.
In my early 20s. Hey, where we at? Okay. My early 20s. That's when they ecclesiastically brain stem ain't developed yet. And men are taking advantage of them. By the way, I do see her in videos with a black guy. Let me see here. I think that, I don't know if they're in a relationship, but I'm just going to say it might be possible. Let me see if I can find the video. She has several videos with this guy here. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get a better video. Let's see if I can pull this up right here. So maybe, just maybe, she's in her 30s. And there it is right there. So she said, shout out to all the black love during Black History Month. There she is right there with another same black guy. So he appears several times in her videos, and he probably has no idea that she been ecclesiastically throwing that vagina around in her early 20s. And there she is right there, dressed sort of down. You think you would be able to pick her out. If you saw that woman like there, you wouldn't think, oh, she was a sugar baby. But she is. And why do women take pictures of other people in the bathroom? That's a disgrace. These people don't want their pictures taken in a private moment. All right, anyway. We got inside of the minor woman here. Actually, we have another woman here. Let's see here. We'll do the married ones. It's the evil world we live in. We got a little bit of time. It's the evil world we live in. Let's get into it.
It's an evil world we live in.
We got an evil world we live in. We have marriage on the menu real quick. So we have the ecclesiastical marriage right here, a typical ecclesiastical marriage who looks at inside of the marriage, just in case you guys wanted to be married. We're going to give you a glimpse of what a regular marriage looks like with two people who are on a budget. All right. When I was married, we were on a budget. All right. So let's see what it looks like.
Each week, we have a weekly budget of $25 for our groceries.
Well, the household grocery budget goes towards.
Hey, what happened? It froze up. All right. Let's refresh it. All right. Damn. They was about to cook.
The budget of $25 for our groceries.
Well, the household grocery budget goes towards everything that we share. We actually share the milk, but sometimes he likes to eat more of certain things, so then we have to buy him his own, and he's responsible for those charges.
We actually label our eggs. There's 6 of them, 6 for Kay, for Carissa, and 6 R's for Rick. There's been a couple of times where the person who's bought the eggs, especially Carissa, the eggs were cracked, and she didn't double check them before she purchased them. So that actually comes out of her eggs.
We are really competitive when it comes to being cheap. This is where I keep all my snacks.
She hides the key from me, so I can never actually get in there.
Always on my person. You spend a lot of money and time and research getting a snack at a good deal. So when he eats them, that's like taking money out of my wallet. So I have to protect my snacks. This way they last longer, and it's a security system for my treats.
Let me tell you, this is why you don't get sex in marriage, especially 50-50 marriages. This is why 50-50 marriages, it's not going to make sense for you. It's going to make sense financially. It's going to make sense for you to get with her, and she's going to say, I love you. But I guarantee you, he likes men, first of all. And then second of all, he ain't getting no pussy from her. And she married him knowing that she wasn't going to give him no pussy. I mean, this is what y'all doing out here, bro.
Can I have one?
I guess. But that means that you owe me 15 cents.
Each week, we have a weekly budget of $25 for.
Sounds exciting, doesn't it? Sounds exciting to have sex after that, too. All right, let's do our budget sheet and let's have sex. It's like, what? You're not getting any sex after that, sir. All right, inside the minor woman here. Oh, this is another reason why I love being single, is that I never have to worry about what goes on in my devices, right? But today, if you're in a relationship, let's just say you're in a marriage or a relationship that is monogamous, there are various amount of ways you can get caught cheating, right? Because there's so much technology. Like you have security cams, Ring doorbells, right? You have like you can't just sneak in and out of the house. You have alarm systems on where you be like, I'm gonna sneak out of the house. Oh, damn, the alarm system's on. I gotta unset the alarm. Now, when you unset the alarm, it gives a timestamp of who unset it, what password, what time you put the alarm on. Ring doorbells. You have iPhones and iClouds and iPads, multiple watches. You got an Apple Watch. All right, you left that home and then she scrolled through your Apple Watch. Way too many ways for you to get got. All right, for you to get got. But this is a way to get got that actually happens to me. But since I'm single, I don't have to worry about it. But this guy got on a digital weight scale. A digital weight scale.
He caught him cheating from their smart scale. So apparently this guy weighs around 191, right? And before and after he poops, he weighs himself. 505, he's 191. 551, he's down to 190.8. So the wife is out of town on a work trip, and she sees this. Somebody that weighs 120 pounds weighed themselves at just after midnight. So I don't know if she's doing the poop thing. The wife sees it. She asks him who it is. It's another woman. And she posted it on Reddit. Guys, stop cheating.
Gotcha, bitch.
Bro, because my JUCOs do that at my, like the girls that come to my house, they get on my scale too. All right. And what it does is it registers on whatever app you're using. And most of the time when you're in a relationship, you're using the same app and the data. And then you get to see, or maybe you might see your couple's person, your spouse. Wait a minute. Why the fuck is there a 120? And your wife?
Gotcha, bitch.
Bro, they be out here investigating you, man. Got out there with the little piece of fine young calico at midnight while the wife is out of town.
Gotcha, bitch.
Unbelievable, man. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
But he didn't know. He didn't know she was going to jump on the scale. Like I said, I don't know when the woman's going to jump on the scale. She just jumps on the scale and comes back out and says, oh, your scale is this and that. And I'm like, oh, you jumped on the scale? I didn't know she jumped on the scale. So all these things you got to hide to try to get around cheating nowadays, man. I just can't. I can't, bro. I don't got no time for this shit, man. That's crazy. All right, we got more It's an Evil World We Live In. We have 2 or 3 more. We have couples. A couples scam here. I guess it's not a scam. It's one of these couples tricks where they you've seen women do this trick where the woman will sit in front of the man sitting in a chair, and the woman will sit in front of him and get on her knees, and she'll put her ponytail in her hair, right? She'll start pulling her hair back, and he thinks she about to suck, and then she ends up doing something else. We've seen that one, and it's kind of like, oh, this woman's doing, that's cold. Now we have the male version of that, of men initiating sex, but then switching it, bait and switching her. It says right here, putting my wife on the counter to see her reaction.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait. Lookie. What are you doing? Oh. Okay. Oh.
I can grab those.
What? What? Oh. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you being serious right now?
You eat that cat? You on the counter?
So you know what you're on here for 1 second. Yeah. What? What are you doing?
I wanted the chocolate bar. I got you that. I know you like that.
Hi. What are you doing? Oh, what are you doing?
Excuse me real quick. Oh, Oreos. Yeah, baby. Those look good.
What do you mean? Oh, over here?
Yeah.
Did you eat that cat?
That kitty was purring.
Did you eat that cat?
She was like, oh, right here? I'm ready to go. Go ahead and eat that cat.
Did you eat that cat?
All right. She grabbed the back of his head. She said, right here? I'm going. Oh, no, man. That's cold-blooded, man. All right. That's cold right there. Inside the mind of marriages and relationships and modern women. I guess that's an evil world we live in. That's a cold world out here, man. You're going to have to eat that cat.
It's an evil world we live in.
That thing was... That thing was percolating. All right, and we got 2 more inside. No, it's an evil world we live in. We have another ecclesiastical marriage taking another L via the ring cam, where the husband comes home from work and he wants to decompress before he gets into the house. Okay, we've seen this before with the one woman that went viral and put his guy on the internet. But this is a woman that comes out, the Ring doorbell catches them allegedly, and he comes home for work, wants to sit in the car, and she takes exception to it.
In your car. No. Come in and take care of your kids. Don't be sitting in your car.
Oh no, he walking in too. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at it. Man almighty.
Don't be sitting in your car. No. Come in and take care of your kids. Don't be sitting.
Damn, man. Look at marriage, bruh. Damn. And look, this is suburban neighborhood, manicured lawns, nice landscaping. You got the ecclesiastical house with the porch and the rocking chair. All right. The Mexicans then landscaped it, everything. And look how she coming out. Don't be sitting in your car. Don't be sitting in your car. Come take care of your kids. Guys, when I was married, that actually was a point of contention. It was like when I got home, she was like, good, now you can take care of them. You know, but now she's a stay-at-home mom. Guys, if you want a stay-at-home wife, you know, they're nightmares. But yes, they don't welcome you home sucking your dick and giving you pussy. They welcome you home. Don't be sitting in your car. And watch his bitch ass get out, bro.
In your car.
Talking to this nigga like he a preschooler, bro. Don't be sitting in your car. You get in here and you do this. And here is Ecclesiastical ass coming. And look at him. He weak. He kind of weak. All right. I can't zoom in. But when I tell you, in order to make marriages work, you got to simp. You got the simp. Look at all the married guys in these videos, by the way. Most of them, let's do this real quick. Most of the married guys, look at this married guy right here. And by the way, this is most guys. All right, just so you guys know, most guys are average to below average. But look at him. He kind of weak, limp-wristed, you know, doughy in the middle. Look at all the guys in these videos that people be claiming there's people in relationships. All right, there's people. Let me see. Where's the other guy? You got this guy right here, married, sharing snacks and paying her for chips. Okay, and he really had just needed a beard. We have, if we take a look at the married people in this particular video, there were some attractive women, but, you know, most people are unattractive, subpar. They date on their level. Water seeks its own level. I guess Rico Suave is probably the exception here. Okay, and he got a crazy Latina, but she okay, this guy's not bad either, average. He's probably a little bit more muscular. Okay, and they got a nice house there, good starter house for them. You know, regular brat and a regular stock factory issue muskrat. Okay, all of them wearing their wife yoga pants, comfortable. She got her feet out. Regular beta Brad and Stephanie and Keith. Molly and Colin. All right, what do we got here? I mean, regular degular. All right, it's regular tights. She got her leggings on, feet out too. Comfy at home. I mean, that's not much to write home about. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna just let you know.
Oh, the humanity.
Okay. All right, Connor and here we go right here. She gaining weight. She's a blimper when she have baby, but look at him. He kind of doughy, no muscle on the chest or the arms. Yeah, regular degular. Hat backwards. Shout out to these married couples. And what does she have? Feet out. Shout out to her feet out. She's a little bit more dressed up. What do we got here? We have again another plain Jane. She a freak though. This one right here, this girl a freak. This girl been a freak. She probably been a sugar baby too. All right, so this one a nasty whore right here. I'm gonna tell you this right now. She a nasty freak. Just I'm seeing the freak in her, bruh. This is a freak nasty hoe. Look at her. Yeah, she been around the block. This one been around the block. She's like, what you doing? Come get it. Yeah, this one been around the block a few times.
Did you eat that cat?
Okay. That's the freak nastiest one of the whole group. I think there's another one there. Oh, yep. We got two regular degulars. This one way bigger. All right. She gonna blow up like the Goodyear blimp when she have a baby, but there goes the leggings, feet out again. All right. This one boring in bed. This one, another freak nasty right here. All right. Both of these guys are probably both more attractive than anyone. This a little, yeah, she a nasty one. She been around the block too, bruh. This one.
Did you eat that cat?
This one been around the block. She a nasty skeezer too. Yeah, she is. Yep. Mm-hmm. She like, go, no, give it to me, baby. Yep, she nasty. She a nasty woman.
I am a nasty woman.
That definitely is a JUCO activities right there. She's like, and she was ready to go with all these people walking by. All right, she was ready to get 8 out right there. Yeah, look at her. Oh, she a nasty one. All right, anyway. I think I have one more video. Other than that, we have a Ling Ling. Who likes to marry Ling Lings right here? We have Ling Ling divorcing here. Let me see what we got. Ling Ling's getting divorced. Post this video right here celebrating her divorce. The comment section was going crazy. So she says 3 hours into my divorce. Let's see if we can get a quick picture of her real quick. She looks kind of Ling there. I can't really tell. But let's see. I got to turn the music off. But this is a life update. Here she is. She's a Ling. She definitely got married. She's definitely in her 40s now. So now she's time to cash in her chips. There she is. 1 hour to my divorce. She's going. She's getting dressed up. Women love to go to court. And there it is. Take a look at that. Look at that. Buster. All right. Regular ass Eddie Bauer shirt. All right. Take a look at who about to get divorced. Great the kingdom come. Gumpy Gump. And she happy, and look at this nigga. He going to the death march. Taking his ass to court. Take it El Paso. So this might be a Latina. El Paso, Texas. This might be a gordita. All right. Yeah, look at him. Look, Gump. Beta Bragg going to get served his fucking comeuppance. It happens, bruh. What about love, coach? And look at that. What about love? Look at this love. She's serving the nigga up. What we call this is you're getting dropped off at the pay window at the family court building. Getting dropped off at the pay window. It's not. Somebody said it's not El Paso, Texas. It's El Paso, Colorado Springs. Okay, I don't know. But this is El Paso. You can confirm with the building. But there she is, 3 hours to the divorce. I think this is a child here. I'm not sure what she's doing here. Is that a kid? I'm not sure what's going on there. There she is getting dressed up to drop his ass off at the pay window, turn his ass in, bruh. And she filming a nigga. El Paso County. Is that El Paso, Texas? She might be Native American. I can see that. Definitely Native American. Got this nigga. Look. Got him. Damn, bruh.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got your bitch ass. And got your bitch ass on camera. Look at that. What about love, coach? And look at him. Oh, no. I'm not laughing, bruh. I'm not laughing. This is what happens to y'all when y'all don't understand the marriage wheel, bruh. And guess what? He about to go to Thailand. If I was him, I would take my ass to Thailand. First thing first, Thailand. Whatever money you can scrape together, homie, get over there. But you're going to be broke for a couple of years, bruh. Getting got. In the humiliation, man. She humiliating the nigga. Look at this afterwards. All done. Shit. That's crazy. It'll be all right, man. Get in shape. All right. Cut your hair back. Go bald and scrape that shit off. All right. You ain't fooling nobody with this comb over. All right. Get in better shape. Get on some TRT. You're over 45. Get on some TRT. Get you some muscles and chesticles. All right. Get you a little bit of money. Build your bank account back up. All right. This woman just going to spend it on alcohol like she's a res girl. You're good. You're good. You'll be back up. You'll be in some prime pussy in no time fat. All right. And guess where she going to be? Getting fucked by black guys. All right. You're good. You're going to be all right. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
She's going to think she's going to find another guy, and all she's going to have is black guys in El Paso, all 15 of them. All right. And she definitely Native American. Check out the teeth. That's definitely a res girl. Turned his ass in. You're going to be good, bruh. You're going to have a way longer lifespan than that one. All she gonna have is broke niggas that live. Where's the Air Force base? There's an Air Force base in El Paso, if I'm not mistaken. El Paso Air Force. I might be wrong. Biggs Army, Biggs Air Force Base, Fort Bliss. I believe that is Fort Bliss. I knew it. There was a fort there. Fort Bliss. Yep. All the Fort Bliss niggas gonna be running Pound Town on that res girl. This res girl about to get Fort Bliss nigga pound out. Fort Bliss. Fort Bliss niggas gonna be running through this. She gonna be getting jizzed up by Fort Bliss niggas. All right, shout out to everybody, man. It's gonna be wild out there. Let me do some super chats. We'll get into the sub main event and the main event. Shout out to y'all, man. It's been a great week. It's been a great week, and thank you for your participation. We got some Cash Apps and some PayPals and some Venmos, so we need to acknowledge them. And this Hustle Every Day says, playing a lame dude saved my life in the South. Free agent lifestyle for life. Shout out to you. The lame dudes end up being the long-term winners, all right? But they're forced to try to play a role that they don't know how to play. And then when they lose, they be like, well, you didn't understand the game. Shout out to Nate the Great, says Coach K, Coach Saban, Coach Wooden, and Coach Greg in 5. He says, you the GOAT, Coach. I have a question. Was it a smooth transition to the JUCO from the ecclesiastical, or did you face many challenges? It wasn't smooth. The transition from marriage to normie dating to JUCO was not a smooth transition. It was a lot of learning, a lot of get thumped on the head, a lot of regular women, a lot of slump busters, a lot of dates, dating while broke. Then going into the JUCO, I had a little bit of ups. I started getting up a little bit, going over to the JUCO, learning how to work the JUCO, learning what to do, taking some L's, getting some dubs. Now I'm at the JUCO for like 7 years. It's about 7 years. All right, I first started around 2019. Really around 2021 is when I really got into it. Once 2022 hit, I was like, there's no turning back. But, you know, it takes some time. And I'll talk about this over on Locals. Is a lot of dudes there when you give them a solution or something like, okay, this is an alternative, dudes think they're just going to come over there and win. Okay. Dudes think they're just going to go over there and win. And I'm like, guys, that's not how it works. Okay. It's kind of like if I taught you how to play blackjack. If I taught you how to play blackjack and I was like, dude, I know how to win blackjack. I'm going to tell you where to hit. I'm going to tell you where to pass. I'm going to tell you where to split your bet, split eights. I'm going to tell you where to double down. I'm going to tell you when, you know, if the dealer hits 16, when the hit, I'm going to tell you everything about blackjack. If I told you everything about blackjack and you never stepped your ass on the table, you're not going to be good at blackjack. Right? You're not going to be good. All right, but I can sit up there and tell you and school you and show you this and show you that until your ass get on that table and get on there with the dealer. And then you have other people that you got to look at their cards. What did they get? Does the dealer have 4 decks or 1? All right, can you count the cards? You better figure out, okay, how much you willing to bet? How much skin in the game? All right. But what happens is people hear how blackjack is played. And guess what happens? They be like, nah, I'll just stay on the nickel slots. So they just go back to normie. Slot machine. Oh, look, I won $25. So you can't just walk over there and then hear me say something and then pull some money out and think that the all hoes gonna fall. It's a lot more difficult over here, although you're kind of getting to where you want. It's a lot more difficult because the women are very much predatory over here. So you got to learn how to deal with them. But let me just say this. Also, in that mindset, just because you're playing the nickel slots doesn't mean you're going to win over there too. Because I want you to think about this. Many people that are looking for an alternative for dating have failed in dating. Think about this. The reason why you're looking at the JUCO is because you failed for years not just years, decades with dating, and you had all the information. You had information from multiple sources. You had experience. You had relationships. You had infields. You had cold approaches. You had meetups. You had dates. You had sex. And y'all still got y'all ass handed to you. So much so that people are looking for solutions to it. And still, you played that game for 2 decades and still fucking catching L's. You've been catching L's dating since 13. All the way to 33. Still getting fucking head served on a platter. Okay. So that's the same thing that when you apply to JUCO, you really gonna have to learn. And the biggest way to learn, and this might not be something that you agree with. When I gave you the blackjack analogy, they have a phrase in betting called scared money don't make money. You can apply that to investment, starting a business, also applying it to gambling. You don't learn too much playing $25 chips, because what you'll do is you'll take $200 out. You'll take $25 chips, and you'll play, and you'll win a hand. You'll lose a hand. You'll go and win 2 hands, and you'll be up, 225. You'll be up 250. Then you'll go down to 175, and then you'll be like, okay, you start getting uncomfortable, right? You'll be like, okay, this shit crazy. All right, I was up 250. Now I'm down $1.50. All right, now you up. Now you got to play an extra hand, and you playing $25 chips. Okay, you're like, okay, you learning a little bit, and you learning how to put your little hand out there and see if the alligator bites it. And you're like, okay, and then you'll end up like, okay, I won a couple hands. All right, I'm good. And you'll leave, and then you'll probably leave square. You played 200. You bet 200. You play 18 hands, maybe less. You pay 8 hands. And now you look at it, you got 175, 200, and you go to the pay window. All right, give me my money back. Okay. You got the feel. You got the feel of it. Now, it don't mean much until you start betting hands, $1,000 hands, $500 hands, $1,500 hands, $2,000 hands, nickels, dimes. You going $500, $1,000 on a hand. Now you like, yeah, damn. Now you putting skin in the game. Now you got the stomach. Now you playing big bank take little bank. Now you playing big stakes, because dating is like playing $25 hands. Dating is like playing $25 hands. All right, I paid this, 75, 50, I lost 50, I lost 100, and then you tight, right? You're like, okay, I lost 100, you try not to lose big money. All right, when you're at the JUCO, you playing $500 hands. You playing nickels. Right? You playing nickels. But the thing is, you're going to get what you want, but if you play it wrong, you're going to lose that hand. You're going to guarantee get what you want. But some people don't want to play that $500 hand. They don't want to play that $1,000 hand. That's just too much for them. They don't got the stomach. And they're like, nah. They don't see, even when they get what they want, that they won, they see it as a loss. Man, but I lost $500. No, you didn't. You won. You got what you wanted. Okay. They don't see it as a win. They're like, but I didn't win. She got to leave with 500. And I'm like, yeah, but didn't you get what you wanted? That's where I say guys are funny. They'll say things like, well, when I have sex with a regular woman, I wanted to leave afterwards. But then you'll come over to the JUCO and then you'll want her to stay. Well, if I paid her that, she needs to stay longer. Like, what do you want, bruh? You wanted to fuck and pump and dump. Now you over here wanting to have an ecclesiastical half marriage for $500. Now you wanted to stay and you want to go to multiple rounds and you wanted to make love for you. What, nigga? So you played that nickel, you won, you got what you wanted. Everything was good. Dudes are funny when it comes to this conversation. What they don't want to do is they don't want to bet. They want to play $25 hands at best, nickel slots at best. Well, I'll tell you, you can play the nickel slots if you want, but you ain't going to win no big money. You're not going to win. I mean, even when you win, you're going to have to win hundreds of hands to even get close. To me, I'm going to jump on the hand. By the way, I'm not a big avid gambler. I'm not proposing that you gamble. But Dana White has a strategy in particular. I mean, I sports bet, and I sports bet heavy, big money, right? Because win big. But he has a strategy. You can just get what you need to get in 4 hands. Once you get up with 2 big bets, that's it. That's the end of the bet, right? That's it. Okay, you just walk to the table. You don't even sit down in the chair. I'm only playing 4 hands, but I'm playing $1,000 a hand. I'm playing $10,000 a hand. Soon as I go up 1 or 2, get my fucking chips. I'm out of there. All right. All right. I'm out of there. Maybe I lose the first hand and I win 2 hands. I'm up 20K. See you later. All right. It's over. You don't need to sit there all day.
Gotta get my bag and run.
You don't need to sit there all day and get comfortable and get drinks from the fucking bar. That's how you lose money. But when you bet big, you only need to bet 2, 3, 4 hands. If you lose 2 out of 3, 2, 3 hands in a row, it's time to go. You win 2 out of 3, you up. But the longer you sit there, the more you fixing to lose. And that's what dudes do on dating. They sit there as long as possible, waiting for some sort of win. Little bets here and there. Not investing, not putting skin in the game, not trying to pay for nothing. You ain't going to win. Just to let you know, it's going, and even when you win, it's going to be minor. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But anyway, I'm not advocating for betting, but I'm just using it as an analogy. Y'all sitting at the table all day, nickel betting. And I'm not talking about $500. Y'all nickel slots all day sitting there like a monkey waiting to get up and win. It don't work like that. Life doesn't work like that, unfortunately. But y'all will do that for 20 years and shit. All right. Anyway. Let's see here. Shout out to you. Man named G says to the King of Kings. Shout out to a man named G. Shout out to a man supporting men says, speaking of Blueface, a young Tinder did something similar to me this past Sunday. She came through. I gave her some of that deals, Nick, some trees, and I put something in her pocket. The next day she called me to buy some heels and get her nails done. All right. He was like, nah, baby. Take your win. All right. Take what you can get. All right. Let me see. We're at the 3-hour mark. High Tolerance says divorce in June of 2007. Coming up on 19 years. He says, I held out a smidge of hope for a few years. Nope. The current market brought me back to reality. By the way, check out Tennessee wide receiver Wan'Dale Robinson showing all 32 of his snow bunny with his snow bunny. Okay, his name is Wan'Dale Robinson. Divorce in 2007. All right, hold on for a second. And we got a wide receiver with a white girl. All right, let me see here. Did he get drafted? Okay, he got drafted. Let me see if we can find the draft. I don't see his girlfriend. Let's see if his girlfriend. We'll pull it up. Girlfriend. Oh, yeah, he is. Ooh, he happy with that one. That's no bunny about to run his fucking pockets, guys. This type of white woman that's going to break you financially. All right, if you like these type of white girls, this white girl going to break this nigga back. Look at all them teeth. This is not a cheap white girl, bro. One or two guys can get that for free, and she got the blonde. The carpet don't match the drapes. All right, this nigga about to get his fucking clock clean. Look at her. She got the Gucci shit on already. The Cartier glasses already. She a little tightly packed. Look at him, cheesing and grinning, chinning and grinning. The little B cup, A cups. He gonna have to get her some titties. All right, I like her like that, but she gonna want some titties. And there he is, ecclesiastical love right there. The one thing about white women is that they know how to play the game. And this they know how to play the love game, bruh. A white woman can fake it almost better than anybody but Asian women. They can fake love for a long time. They can fake a whole ecclesiastical relationship. They'll show you love. Black women, bruh, You gotta learn from these guys, these white women. They know how to play love and play house. Okay, is this her too? Look, dressed up. They know how to play house. And what they'll do is they won't make it seem like he paying. All right. But black woman, even if she has a baller, it'll be all about her where she's outshining him. Let me give you an example. Let me see if y'all can come up. There's some football players. There's a lot. Most football players have black girlfriends or whatnot. But especially if she's a star, she'll make it about her. So she'll be super duper, like she'll try to steal the show from him. But these white women be playing that role, bruh. They be playing that role. Look at her. They play that role long enough, and they'll do this shit for a decade or two, maybe about 10, 12 years, and then stab your ass right in the back. Right? And she will treat you like she didn't even know who the fuck you were. She will treat you like she don't know who the hell you were. But look, she'll play this goofy shit, ecclesiastical goofy. Oh, let's go to Harry Potter land. Let's go to Disneyland. Let's go to this and let's dress up like this. Let's dress up. You dress up like Pepper. I'll dress up like Salt. But we'll turn around like a pit viper, a scorpion. Ooh, wait. Ecclesiastically, and sting your ass right in the fucking nuts. Sting your ass right in the nuts. And you're going to look up and you're going to see money that you done drain all this money. Because she's going to be like, oh, hair done, face done, Botox, lips. You'll be like, go, honey, splurge. And she's going to be super duper nice. She'll suck you off and shit. But, oh, man, this going to cost him bigly right here. This ain't a white woman to play with. This is an apex predator right here. This is an apex predator. She waiting to sting this nigga. Don't let this nigga get cut from the NFL, bro. Wish him a whole long career. But this is not the type of white girls you want to play with. All right, for me, these are the girls I rent. I rent these out. All right, I rent them. I'm enjoying for a weekend. Send their ass back to their daddy's suburban house. All right, go back. Go find your Pookie boyfriend. Go find your NFL boyfriend ass nigga. All right. But yeah, these the girls I take on the White Wolf boat trip, all of that shit. I take these girls on vacation. I take these girls on vacation, bro. Take them on vacation, trick or treat on their ass, let them get a little gift here and there, fold their ass up like a love letter from the second grade, and send their ass back. Rentals. These are rentals, man. He renting her. He don't even realize it yet, though. He don't even realize that. He's renting her. But these are girls that I lease. And y'all be like, well, you tricking on her. I certainly am. I'd rather trick on her than to get into a relationship with this woman. This woman is expensive, man. This is not a cheap woman. And I guarantee you, let me see what her name is. She's expensive to have a date, to have a relationship with. And she's nicely running his nigga pockets. Her name is, let's see if she's on Instagram. He just got a $78 million. See, he played her hand right, bro. She played her hand right. Shout out to her, bro. She played her hand right.
We'll do it live.
Okay. Yes.
We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
She played her hand properly. 78 mil. It says Wendell's, what's his name? Wendell Robinson's girlfriend posts fired up message after receiver's $78 million Titan signing. That was March 10th, 2026. She said, yes. She got it. She's like, she's not married yet, though. She's not married yet. She said, see you in Tennessee. She need to get that wedding ring. She need to get that wedding ring, bruh. Oh, here it is right here. Are they getting married? Oh, she better get that wedding ring, bruh. Cause she ain't in it. She gonna be looking like She gonna be looking like Russell Wilson's first wife. Let me see here. Let me see here. All right, this how she looking with this fucking news right here. All right, she like, yeah, we got that. We got the bag. All right, she gonna be looking like this right here. Oh. Yeah, she about to come up pregnant. Man, that's a good, nice little white girl he got right there. He got a nice little white girl, but he gonna have to pay, bruh. He gonna have to pay. And if he divorce her or if he breaks up with her, she gonna pull that fucking Bryn Cameron on him. Okay, she gonna pull that Bryn Cameron. If he breaks up with her, she gonna sue his motherfucking ass. For real, bruh. Hey, let's remember his name. She gonna sue his motherfucking ass if he breaks up with her. She ain't going for that shit. She ain't going for that. If he cheat, she gonna take his ass right to court. She gonna be like, he beat me, he took me, he done took the punani from me, he beat me and choked me and spanked me and whooped me, he promised me a marriage, I done got 2 early terminations of pregnancy, he cheated on me. All right, she ain't going down. That white woman ain't going down, coming out with no money. Okay, yep, he was abusive, he beat me up. She gonna set that shit up. She got $78 million smackers to lose. You think she coming back to the JUCO to fuck with CGA? Ooh-wee. She got $78 million to collect. She ain't going down without a fight. All right, she going for it. So he can't break up with her. She ain't letting this nigga go, man, at all. And she waiting for that wedding ring. Goodness gracious. All right, I'll quickly get through this story right here. We got the sub-main event, and it is a woman that is accused, a glamorous JP Morgan executive, accused of having a sex slave in her office. This is reported by the Daily Mail. This is an exclusive. Glamorous JP Morgan executive accused of turning married male broker into her office sex slave. What? Oh, the humanity. Claims of Viagra spiking in the litany of obscene forced acts that made him cry. Huh? Men are the new women for sure. This is interesting. We got the dirty details, and they call her a glamour executive. We're going to go ahead and show you what she looks like. We're going to show you what she looks like. Is this a glamorous executive? Right here. They're calling her glamorous. All right. And this is another example of she's pretty at work, but in comparison to the rest of the world, she's not very gorgeous. I mean, she's gorgeous for a JP Morgan executive. And trust me, this woman probably done a lot to get all the way up there to the top floor. I mean, she's not ugly, but glamorous. I mean, she's glamorous for a woman in executive world and Wall Street. I would say that. But in comparison to almost any woman on the world, that's not glamorous. I mean, come on. Let's just be real. She's good looking, though. And I would be out there taking her to Pound Town at the office. But we got to figure out what this lawsuit is about. What is this lawsuit about? About her being making this nigga a sex slave. Hey, look, power begets and power doesn't matter. Women often think that women would do stuff like this. But her name is Lorna Hajdini, which is giving Persian. It's definitely giving Persian, if I'm not mistaken. Hajdini? That's Persian or Middle Eastern. So you can see where the freak is. And judging from her picture, you can see that Middle Eastern kind of coming out there. That's not a white woman. Somebody said Jewish. I would say Middle Eastern or Persian. Could be Jewish because we're talking about Wall Street. But Hajdini? Haj? All right. So anyway. Somebody said Albanian. Yeah, it could be one of those areas right there. But she's a freak-a-leak. We got the story here. Lorna Hajdini is her name. She's been sued here in a lawsuit. It says a lawsuit involving senior JP Morgan executive Laura Hajdini has drawn intense public attention, not only because of the serious allegations outlined in the court filings, but also because of Hashdini's position within one of the world's largest financial institution. The lawsuit filed in New York by an anonymous complaint and identified as John Doe. Now, when we criticize women filing John Does, we definitely criticize that. So take a look at that. He's filed as a John Doe. Should he reveal his identity? He accuses Hashdini of sexual abuse, coercion, intimidation, and racist harassment. So was he a black guy? Racial harassment? JP Morgan has denied the allegations after conducting an internal review. So they said there's nothing, stated that it found no merit to the claims, but can we trust JP Morgan? The legal proceedings remain ongoing and none of the allegations have been proven in court. As scrutiny around this case continues to grow, interest has also shifted towards Hashdini's career, compensation, and estimated net worth. Okay. Let me see if we can find that. Her estimated net worth, it says they can't really figure it out, but it's somewhere in between her yearly income, $300,000 a year, up to more than $1 million a year annually. It just depends on her division of performance and bonus structures and bonuses. All right, her net worth could fall anywhere between the low to mid seven figures, but they don't have much public disclosures, and we don't know how much real estate she has. And she studied at New York University Stern's School of Business, an executive program affiliated with Harvard Business School. All right, that means she's headed for the top. And guys, some of these girls like this, I dated a girl like this that was in a high-level job like this, had certain degrees. They're freaks. And just as the guy was talking about how white men who are high-powered executives tend to want to be emasculated and be submissive and dominated, a lot of women in these fields are in hyper-masculine fields, and they do adopt dominant leader characteristics, and thus they will pursue men to want to oppose that. So she wants to take that dominant crown off, and then they want to come in and then sexually be into submissive behavior. So maybe they want to be dominant as well, but sometimes they want to flip it and be more submissive, just like the men. So they will find guys that will deliver that deals, Nate. All right, and smack them around and do all of this shit. But she's a senior executive. We got that. JP Morgan denied it. All right, her exact income is not worth. Okay, we don't know much more other than that. We don't know the identity of the guy either, so that takes a little bit off. And he was a broker too. He was a junior executive. What would you have done in the case? I know a lot of y'all guys will throw caution to the wind and sleep with any old thing y'all can have, but certainly a lot of y'all guys get off on the fact that top tier dominant women pick you. Okay. Looking at this woman, like I said, she is a good looking woman. So I could see her getting her cheeks clapped out there, right there. But I think she's Persian, or somebody said Albanian. She's not white. You could tell by her coarse hair. Her hair is a lot coarser. You know, it's probably trends colors. She did a lot of blow drying to get her hair to lay down like that. So this is not your average typical waspy white woman. This is definitely a Middle Eastern or Persian or Albanian. All right, shout out to her. As if that matters. Maybe it does matter because they're suing her for racism. All right, would you bang her out at your job? All right, if she says, just come take the pussy in the office and then I'm going to dominate you. Would you do that? All right, we got the main event. Albanians are white. All right, I don't know what to say about that, but they're Caucasian. Oh, you want to get paid? All right, y'all want to get paid. Oh, okay. Oh, Lord. All right, y'all want her to pay you. I guess she got the money on. I guess if they tricking. Let's do the main event here real quick. All right, but I got to do something real quick, but we'll do the main event. Stay tuned. We're going to be back here. We're going to be back. We'll be back. We'll be back. Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals. And it is Coach Greg Adams www.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members. But also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace. And coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out. Okay, all right, we got the main event up. Let's do it. We'll do the intro too. Okay, all right, we got the main event lined up. Let's do it. Let's do it live. I was actually trying to do some work, doing some investigation work. I can't get through. Okay, let me see if I can do it. Oh, Lord, I see some problems here. I see that I was looking at that football player and his girlfriend and wife, but he doesn't have her tagged in any of his information here. All right. He does have a post of stories here. So I was looking at that to see if he's claiming her and what's going on. He does have this right here. He has the love right there. And he probably doesn't run his page. You see his business, his sports agent runs his page. All right. But there it is right there. All right. He doesn't mention her by name or tag her. I guess he has that picture right there. But I was trying to find her Instagram. This is about it. All right. So he ain't got her claim like that. All right. But we do have her gram right here. And I want to do a little bit of, okay, flatbacks. All right. Flatbacks. Her name is Alenia. I bet you she has him tagged. Guys, that's not a cheap woman right there. That woman comes at a price. Oh, she buying them balloons and shit. All right, yeah, this woman ain't cheap right there. 25 years old. Just know that brother paying a lots of money to keep that girl happy. Only you can make me happy. Oh, jet skiing, Turks and Caicos. You saw me out there with some calico. All right, not as prime as that, but pretty prime. All right, mine wasn't all the way that hot. But yeah, man, got her feet out swinging on the beach. Look, they going on trips. Is he tricking? All right, coach, a trick. Is this tricking? Because that's exactly what I was doing. That's exactly what I was doing right there. All right, look. Oh, on Bahamas. Yep, he paying. She in them pockets. Anyway, we got the main event. Shout out to her. Shout out to them. We got the main event here. Ring the bell. Okay. Y'all want love? You got to pay. All right, main event here. We got in this situation, we have in the main event, we have a basketball coach. And you guys know I used to coach college basketball. Never slept with any of my players, right? No intercourse with any of my players. So 15 plus years exercising extreme discipline, not going in with my players because I'm a professional. Also worked as a fitness trainer and pretty much almost got through without having any intimacy with my clients. All right. There were a few here and there, but it was not something that I looked out for because I was about the money. But in this situation, we have a young woman who is 23 years old at the time of the incident. It is a white woman, of course.
Where the white women at?
That's the woman in question here. She has a lawsuit against this basketball coach here, who was the assistant basketball coach at the University of Nebraska. His name is Chuck Love. All right. And he worked all the way up to get to that position. That is considered a big position. You know, it's a Big Ten job at the time. There she is. You see what I'm saying here? She know what time it is, got her feet out. She doing the skeezer poses and all of that stuff with the skeezer face, 23 years old. She got them uncooked Cinnabon out in these streets. All right, there she is right there. This is what she claims. Former Nebraska basketball player sues university, the entire university, claiming she was groomed at age 23 by ex-assistant coach. All right, like I said, I've worked in this industry like this, never have intercourse. All right, don't take it that far, because once that happens, you lose all credibility. And some women, you know, although there's some women that will not pursue this with the coach, some women do get crushes and develop close relationships with their players, especially if you recruited them. In that business, I will recruit young ladies as young as 16, okay, or 15 or 16. We start writing them. Sometimes we would, you know, meet them at their AAU sports events. We'd be waving at them and be like, hey, you know, putting in the bid. Remember me when it's time to sign your national letter of intent. You're calling them up after their junior year. Sometimes you're sneak calling them their junior year, or you're inviting them to campus and for them to take unofficial and official visits. So you're developing a close relationship with them. Most of the time we would be like talking to them at 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, because they got practice and they got games and they got school. So they get off of school. As a recruiter, you're calling them up. You're writing them letters, love letters. Come to my school. I'm the best coach. You switch schools. You start telling them, hey, I'm at a different school. Remember me. My school is the best. Come to school. And then when they come to school, you're their point of contact. You're like their parent. Okay. You're like their parent. You're their point of contact. Because what will happen is, you're enrolling them in school. You're getting all the stuff. The parents, you're dealing with primarily we call it the kid, but these kids are 16, 17, 18 at the time. All right. They come to campus and you're building a relationship with them. So you're dependent on them. And then when they get to school, the first couple of weeks, you're like the point of contact. What do I do? Where do I go? How do I get food at the dorm? How do I get the dorm? How do I get my this? So you're constantly in a close relationship with them. And people don't realize that sometimes people do get attachment and crushes and stuff like that. You do have to draw the line. And even though this is not illegal age consent wise, it could be definitely a more unethical to have a relationship with a player as a coach, because now when you get in trouble, when the season comes, it's highly emotional. We're talking about playing time, adjustment to school, jealousy in relationships. Players used to get jealous of relationships you had with other players, even though it wasn't physical or intimate, or it was kind of like a crush. Players will be like, oh, you like this player more than the other, especially when you're dealing with women. When you're dealing with coaching men, it does come up, but it's not that extra layer of intimacy attached to it. When you're dealing with men, you're just like, oh, that coach just kissing that player's ass, right? But when you're dealing with women, and you're a male that is attractive or young, which in that case, this is the case. When that was my case, that was the case. If I had a closer relationship with a player, they would often, more times or not, say that we like each other. And thus, if that player gets more playing time or I advocate for that player, they're going to assume that I was sleeping with that player. They're going to assume that, or they're going to say you have a crush, or they like. And sometimes the player is even telling them, I like that coach, or I got a crush on him. So then they'll watch your interactions. It happens all the time. Every year I got accused of favoriting a certain player. Okay. All the time. Every year. It never fails. And this does then play out, because then when you travel airplane, hotels, restaurants, you know, you're going from here to there, arena to arena, practice facility to practice facility. What happens is sometimes that player's close to you. Sometimes that player might come to your hotel room. So I had a rule: no players can come in my hotel room. All right. And I probably can count on one hand the amount of times players came into my hotel room. And that was probably when I was about a head coach level and I would meet with them, but I would have my assistant close or the door open. All right. I never had the hotel room door closed. Even when I was a head coach, when I was having a player meeting or about something going on, I would have my assistant coach there, or I would have the door open so that if anything passed, she couldn't say I closed the door, I locked it on her, or anything like that. But what happens is the players are going to key in. Okay. The players are going to key in. And what's going to happen is when you travel, in this case is what happened. When you travel, most of the time, the players don't have their own room. they have a roommate. This is where coaches and players got to be really smart, because if that person, the player, has a roommate and the player disappears at night for long periods of stretch of time, or the player say, I'm going to go to coach's room, well, then you already know what time it is. So the other player is going to tell. They're roomed up with this player. You're trying to keep it between you and the player and the other roommate or the friend. And then what happens is that's who's the one who tells. In my experience, I've seen many coaches go down on this one. The one who tells is often the best friend, the roommate, or something like that. And that's exactly what happened here. And sometimes you're looking at the roommate like, hey, keep it between us, but that's a third person. They always tell you when you have a secret with more than one person, then it's not a secret. All right. Somebody got to die. So now what'll happen is if you have the person, the coach, the person, and then you're trying to involve a third party to keep it a secret, it's not going to happen. Okay. Not going to happen. I've seen too many people go down on that one. And that's going to be an instant caught. That's how they got caught, by the way. That's how they got caught. So, it says former Nebraska basketball player. Her name is Ashley Scoggins, who was 23 at the time she filed 23 at the time. She's now 27 years old. She filed a federal Title IX lawsuit against the University of Nebraska. The head coach, Amy Williams, athletic director, Trev Albert, and former associate head coach, Chuck Love. She alleges Love, the coach, groomed her into a secret relationship while she was a student athlete. The grooming reportedly began the summer of 2021 during her athletic internship, when she mostly worked in Love's office. There you go. So we just described that close, intimate relationship that most players have with one coach. So something will happen like, okay, you can work in my office, you can be the gopher, or you can do something. So she ended up working close with the coach. And that's how you get got. You got to make sure that you keep that distance. Fortunately, with women, and even in working conditions, working spaces, this happens. They'll work together, they'll do an assignment, they'll be on a collaborative project, and then all of a sudden you guys are doing meetings and meeting after hour and going to lunches and dinners and sometimes hotel rooms and traveling on work trips and so forth and so on, and then boom. Okay. And then you're sharing inside jokes and getting close to each other, becoming intimate. It happens relatively fast. And it says he invited her for drinks, sent late night snap messages. There's another thing that'll get you: the internet communication. Okay. So, your girlfriend and wives, I'm pretty sure she had a little boyfriend or a girlfriend. I'm pretty sure he probably was married. But the act of sending messages to each other, even when they're work related or inside jokes, is going to trip you up. That's why I don't believe in this whole idea of women texting men. Oh, it's just my coworker. It's my work husband. It's my friend at work. Those messages, especially after 8 p.m., are going to increase the intimacy and the connection. And that guy is slow pimping her, even though he knows she's in a relationship or married. He's violating a lot of code of conduct. He's actually dirty macking you. All right, in my opinion. All right, so if you wanted an honest relationship, both male and female, you would not be messaging coworkers late at night at all. If you engage in that, you're just setting yourself up for failure, male or female. Okay. He met her alone in a Costco parking lot where he kissed her. Okay, so that's assuming he probably had a relationship or married, so he had to go to the Costco or parking lot, kissed her, asked her if she ever done anything with the coach before, leaving her fearful of retaliation if she refused. False. That's bullshit. Oh, I had to sleep with him because he was going to get after me. Teammates discovered the relationship in February of 2022. when they found her fully clothed in Love's hotel room during a road trip before a Penn State basketball game via a ruse that exposed it. She was immediately dismissed. Okay, by the way, let's go back and find out what the ruse was. Okay. When it comes to this type of situation, teachers, professors, teachers, and high school students and sports coaches, I'm just going to tell you, I've seen many people go down on this one. Normally, it's going to be the friend that blows up your spot, right? And that's exactly what happened. I'm going to reference another article on what the ruse was. All right, this is what the rule. And by the way, he initially denied he was sleeping with her, and then she filed the lawsuit, and then he later admitted it. So he don't look too good here. There's no defending this guy right here. He fucked up. Apparently what the ruse was the teammates. I don't know where I read this from. All right, but I'll tell you what it was. So they were on the road trip. The roommate that she was with pretty much knew that she was in the coach's room. She told some other players. What the players did is they went downstairs. They acted like they needed a key to their room. And this happens when you travel with big groups. The hotel is confused as to who's with who and who's rooming with what. They don't have the roommate list. The hotel never has the roommate list. All right, the coaches have the roommate list. The hotel just gives you keys. Then the coaches tell you who's rooming with who, and you typically switch it up, trying to, encourage people to know other people. So what happened was they went downstairs, they got a key and said, hey, we locked ourselves out of our room. They got a key to the coach's room because, again, the hotel doesn't know who's in whose room. They just issued out new keys. They don't think they're trying to do anything ridiculous. And they said, well, that's a room attached to that particular group. They gave her keys and they busted up in the room trying to catch them fucking. In that case, they didn't catch them. She had her clothes on. But, sometimes these rooms are attached to each other or close, and they probably heard that bed a rocking. All right. They probably heard that headboard's getting smashed. I tended to have my room away from my players, all right, and let the assistant coaches have them close. Now, they had the discovery of it. She was fully clothed at the time. She was immediately dismissed from the team the same day Love was suspended with pay. He resigned 3 months later from the school. Scoggins is a guard from Dallas, Oregon. She played 2 seasons with the Cornhuskers before transferring to UNLV. Accuses the university and coaching staff of knowing about the inappropriate relationship, failing to protect her, and violating her civil rights. Let me stop right there. When I was coaching, all right, what happens is when players and coaches get close, people start to watch, and the word does get around so that when you go off disappearing and y'all, I'm going to just go walk to the corner store and you're at the hotel, people are going to be like, hey, coach just left with Amy. Okay, and people are going to go back and start talking, and this is going to be a secret amongst the players first. Then one coach might hear about it. One coach might address the coach that's doing it. Maybe they don't. And then maybe one coach goes to the head coach and says, hey, I think something's going on. Well, that's snitching. If the head coach does nothing about it, you got a problem. All right, so I was in that predicament. I had a young assistant coach. I was an assistant coach at a school. I'm not going to say what school because I don't want to. So I was an assistant coach at a school, and a coach, which was a young female coach, was having a close relationship with another female player. And I was like, hey. And so I would call her out about it, and I would call her out and say, hey, I see what's going on. And she was like, oh, no, it's nothing. She just needs help. She comes from a broken home. All this shit. But I knew they was Lily Lintlickers. And I was like, look, you can't fool me. And one woman was a lipstick les, bisexual, and the other one was a full bull dagger. All right. So in my profession, in my history, I know that they fuck each other. You know what I mean? I'm like, I know what's up. So one day we're on a road trip. And so we're on a road trip, and I left my door open, and we're about to go on the team bus, and they come out the hotel room together, and they walk past my door. And so I go to her on the bus, and I was like, If I see that one more time, I got to say something. All right. I'm not trying to snitch, but I got to say something. Why did I have to say something? And of course, this happened to me as well. All right. It happened to me, but it wasn't a player. All right. But shit happens. What happened was I went to her and addressed it. And I said, I gotta say something because I know what's up. And she tried to explain it away. The reason why is because what I just read right here. Okay. It says right here, they accuse the university staff and coaching staff of knowing about the inappropriate relationship right there. So if something happens and they find out, all right, and you say, yeah, I knew about it. How long did you know about it? Well, you're privy to this suit. So they're going to say you knew about it and did nothing. And that's her whole lawsuit. They failed to protect her. Their coaches knew and did nothing about it. Okay, so I said, yo, and guess what? They end up getting caught. And I ended up being on a recruiting trip in California. Well, I can't say where I was because it'll give it away. But I ended up being on a recruiting trip. And I was on a recruiting trip for a week, recruiting 2 players in the state. And when I got back to the airport, I flew in. I'm on the tarmac. And my phone blowing up. It's my head coach. It's my boss, my supervisor. And my phone blowing up. And she said, when you get back, come straight to the office. And I was like, God damn. So 100 things going through my head, because not everybody's record's clean. I was a recruiting coordinator. I get to go where I wanted to go. I spend money. You know what I mean? I had the budget and I get to swipe here. I'm recruiting players. So, when you hear that, no matter if you're innocent or guilty of something, you already know something's fucked up. And so I'm married at the time. And I had to tell my wife at the time, I was like, I can't come home. They want me to come straight to the campus. I was like, something's up. I'm about to get fired. I was like, right. And I'm in the airport like, oh shit. I'm like, why didn't she just tell? I hate when people do that. But they're like, come straight to the office. I was like, what the fuck could have happened? So I go to the office and it's like nighttime. You could drive on a college campus at night. It's empty. The athletic department is empty. It's empty in this bitch. And they was like, so-and-so got caught. They got caught. She was fired when you was gone. It was mid-season too. It was right during the season. They got caught. She fired. She dismissed. So I'm looking at her office door closed, empty. And I was like, what? And it was the athletic director, the head coach, me, which I was the associate head coach, and then the other assistant coach, because there were 3 assistant coaches. All right, I was one of them, but my technical title was associate head coach. And so they were like, did you know? Now, remember I said I had to tell, but I didn't see it again, so I didn't tell. Fortunately, I told the other assistant coach. So I said, no, I didn't. I knew about it, but we talked about it. I confronted her about what happened. So then we had a problem with telling the supervisor. So I was like, yo, I was like, my hands is clean on this one. And then it ended up coming up that the assistant, before I got back to the office, the assistant coach did say about that situation, because I said I caught them in a hotel room. And then the assistant coach had told them that I knew. So then they were asking, did you know? And I said, yeah. So at the end of the day, what happens is that right there. So now you're not in a lawsuit accusing the university and coaching staff of knowing about the inappropriate relationship and then failing to protect her and violating her civil rights. So that's what happens, man. That's a big deal, because you're talking about not a minor, but you're still talking about a young woman. Okay. And it says right here, Love initially denied any involvement, but admitted under oath during his February 5th, 2026 deposition that he had sex with Scoggins. She is seeking a jury trial in Lincoln, Nebraska, and unspecified damages in a still ongoing case. Now, in my opinion, this should be nothing. I think she should get absolutely nothing, except for the fact that she did get kicked off the team, right, during the season, but he got fired with no pay. But to say you were groomed into sex at 23, we're just going to tell you at 23, based on this, we're going to tell you she been throwing that thing out there to the other basketball players for sure. All right, saying she was pressured into it or she had to sleep with him for playing time, which is another thing that they were saying about this case. She was sleeping with him, possibly trying to get some playing time. I'm just going to say no on that one. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. Some heads are going to roll with this one. But to say you were groomed, I'm going to say no. But lesson to men. Here's the lesson. Okay. Lesson to men, especially when you're closely associated in this particular work environment. But this doesn't mean just athletics. It also can mean corporate job situation. When you have a young woman that comes in and you're like, hey, she's cute, she seems like she's down, what'll typically happen is she might be down. She might be down. She might be letting you hit. But you have to understand, in that scenario, her reputation is going to matter, because if it looks like she just fucking around and you just pumping, dumping, and you married her and she letting you fuck and she knows this, her reputation is going to take a hit. And the one thing she's going to do is she's going to defend herself. She's going to defend herself. Her reputation just can't get dragged like that. And when she found out that the other players knew and busted up in that hotel room, her immediate defense was, I'm not going down for this. I'm not the only one that's going to take a hit. I'm taking somebody with me. And she took somebody with her, even though that his problem was he denied it. Obviously, he probably was married and he didn't want to bust up his family. But again, you shouldn't be fucking other women, certainly not your players. And thus, then he didn't want to go down with the ship. So he ended up lying at first. Now, the head coach might have a problem too, because if she knew about the relationship and they can prove it, and then she covered the lie, she could get fired too. As well as the athletic director, because they're getting sued too. So I do think, although I think she should get nothing, she probably going to get something. Okay. There's just too many professional people that know about this. I believe the athletic director has since moved on to Texas A&M. Texas A&M. Okay, who is William and Alberts? Okay, so yeah, two of them have moved on to Texas A&M. So there's that. The head coach is still the head coach. The assistant coach in this case that slept with the player, I don't think he's no longer an assistant coach. He denied it. The player transferred to UNLV. And I want to see her stats, because this will tell you real quick, because he might have been fucking with a bench warmer. All right. All right. Golly. You messing with the bench warmer. And so now she has probably reasons to mess with the assistant coach to get that PT. She ended up transferring to UNLV, but let me see. Her name is Ashley Scoggins. Let's get her statistics. Looks like she played a little bit. She definitely wasn't on the bench. All right, 7.1 points a game, 2.1 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 39% field goal percentage. She got she scored almost 500 points. You know, when you she started 2 seasons at Nebraska. She knocked down 7th ranked all time in the Huskers 3-point percentage, 39.7%. Okay. So she was out there on the floor. She started 2 years at Nebraska. So she was playing some ball. Goddamn. And here she averaged 10 points in junior college, which he should have been going to the junior college, or he could have just messed with a manager or some shit, some other students. 10 points a game, 5.2 rebounds as a redshirt freshman in community college. So she put on some points. I mean, she was on the floor for sure. She wasn't a scrub-a-dub. All right. She was putting up some points. I mean, she might have been 3rd, 4th ranked scorer on the team. All right. She wasn't a scrub. So he was out there ecclesiastically messing with her. Unfortunately, it does happen a lot. And you know where it happens more? It happens more with female coaches. In women's basketball, female coaches for sure be out there having relationships with their players. All right. It is very, very common to have relationships with the players as lily lint lickers and lesbianuses. You could tell she got a little strag in her too. You could tell she got a little strag in her. And it's the eyebrows. You could tell she got a little, even though she from Oregon and played in Utah for a little bit, she got a little bit of there he is right there with another coach. I'm sorry, another player. She got a little strag in her. I don't think that's her right there. Oh, is that her? No, I don't know if that's her. Did you guys also hear, before we go, there's a WNBA team that has a couple on their team, and they're facing a little bit of criticism. The WNBA team, I think it's the Dallas Stars. They just recently drafted a player out of the University of Connecticut. And so, it's the Dallas Wings. Dallas Stars is the hockey team. The Dallas Wings has Paige Beckers, who was the 2026 number 1 pick. And then, no, I'm sorry. Paige Becker was a 2025 pick. And then the 2026 pick goes to, I might have got that wrong. Anyway, it goes to another young lady, and they're actually a couple. Let's go ahead and pull this up. They call them the newest power couple for the WNBA. I mean, I've coached a lot of teams that had couples. So this is them right there. Her name is AZ Fudd, I believe her name is. And then there's Paige Beckers there. They're actually a couple. All right. They're ecclesiastically lily lint lickers, if you will. Okay.
Did you eat that cat?
And they drafted them with their top picks in subsequent years. But they knew they were a couple before the pick. Well, that's a little bit strange to me. I mean, if that just worked out that they were the picks, that's fine. But to pick her because she's number 1 booty buddies with the other girl is weird for a professional team to do. A college team, okay. A professional team drafts a girlfriend? All right. No, hell no, bruh. It's not the first time this has happened, but that's weird to draft the player's girlfriend. I mean, it kind of fell that way, but that's weird to go about to draft the player's girlfriend. It says meet WNBA's power couple AZ Fudd and Paige Beckers, who are now also teammates. Yeah, they played at the same college. Yeah, but come on, bro. Because you're messing with team dynamics. If they break up, and there's a high chance that they will, hopefully they don't break up in the season, but they're just going to be isolated from the team. It's going to fuck with team chemistry. We did have a loose rule that players couldn't date each other, but it was almost impossible to manage. And I would think it would be illegal to manage these days. But in my days, we would say players couldn't be couples together. But there inevitably were 2 or 3 couples on the team. They would fuck each other and get in relationship. Then they would break up, and then practice would be fucked up. All right. But, it's just going to mess with team dynamics. And especially if the team's struggling, people can point immediately to that couple. And if they isolate themselves off to an island, or they roommate together, or they start doing things together all the time, and they leave the team out of it, all they got to do is start losing, and the team's going to implode. That's normally what's going to happen. The team's going to implode. Most of the time with college basketball team or high school basketball teams for women, or any soccer, softball, if your team's having problems, you can probably point back to some team implosion based on a personal relationship. All right. So I would say no on that one, but, let them play separately and it'll be okay. This is them as college students being a couple right there. So they've been together for a while, or they played on the same college team at Connecticut. They met in 2017. And Paige Becker was like a 6-year senior because she kept injuring her knee. So she was around long enough to actually have a relationship with this one. Let's see here. And then one more thing. Here's another is another picture. Like, yeah, I don't know. And for professional sports, I think this is crossing the line. Okay. For a professional team, like you can't consider this professional sports at this point. To just look, be like, yeah, that sounds good. That's cool. And why is she riding her back? She looked bigger than the other one. She should be riding her back. Like at that point, you would be like, that's not what professional teams do. They don't pick the girlfriend. I've done this for college recruiting and shit. But you don't just go about professionally picking, okay, let's pick your girlfriend. Like, nah, bruh. But they can be girlfriends and such. I don't mind that. They could just play in different cities. Like, what? Like, I'm not risking my franchise. What was their record last year? I bet you they sucked. Wings record. Oh, last year. Yeah, they were one of the worst teams in the league. I mean, they were 10-34. They were the worst team in the league. Literally. Okay. Let me see. At least they were the worst team on the West Coast. I mean, they were at the bottom of the damn standings. All right. I mean, so that's what tells you this is not, that's not a good thing to do. They're trying to rebuild and shit. Bro, that look, man. All the way at the bottom, number 13. So anyway. Let's see here. Let's do the super chats and get up out of here. Thank you for watching this show. Also news, the woman, remember that one woman that everybody hated? She was a real liberal woman. She was married to Sue Bird's wife. And the woman's name was Megan Rapinoe. You guys remember her. She was kind of a clown woman. She would always come up and say women are not compensated properly in women's soccer. She was hella liberal. She was a Trump hater. All right. She always had some crazy hair. She was super overconfident and cocky. She was married to WNBA star or former WNBA star and former Connecticut basketball player, Sue Bird. They were married. All right. Well, they just broke up. They just divorced. They just divorced after almost 2 decades together or something like that, 10 years together. They just divorced. And I might be mistaken. It might be possible that they have children. So, all right, let me see if it might be possible that somebody might have to pay child support because they might have adopted a child. I might be wrong on that one. I don't know. All right, let me see here. They don't have a children or child. So I might be wrong on that one. They don't have any children. Okay. Sue Bird discussed freezing her eggs to keep her family planning options open for the future. The couple don't have kids together. All right. So they did not adopt. They did not do any surrogacy, but she did talk about freezing her eggs to have children in the future. I mean,
oh, the humanity.
Let's do the super chats and get out of here. No government name says, why do you call a vacuum? What do you call a vacuum that sucks? A wife. Can you explain why males have a negative association with paying women unless they get genuine burning desire? Even if they get burning desire, they don't want to pay. Like, I'm quite confused. Not paying for them. What we're trying to avoid is a finesse, right? But dudes will be trying to be like, she should get nothing. Like, how do you expect that to go on for so long? And then they go crazy, like she should be paying you. Again, pimp culture. A woman that really likes you pays you. Let me see picture of said woman. Shout out to our brother here. It is, and I get what they're saying, but I'm like, y'all taking it too far. A woman not going to just pay you for a long period of time. This is going to be a short relationship. 100%. Shout out to our brother Hustle Every Day says, look at them. Look at all those spells casted by women. Shout out to you. Is that responsible? I guess that was continuing from playing the name. A lame dude saved my life in the South. Look at all those casts spelled against women, against men. That's what you said there. Weird scenario. Yes, we also have a lot of younger men dating older women, which is weird to me. Again, I'm like, why? What are they pushing? What kind of agenda are they pushing here? All right, these men clearly don't have what these women want a provider male to have. Those relationships are just sex. All right, but they'll say no, they're intimate, and they'll say these guys have game. These guys have more game than the older men. I'm like, but they don't have the other qualities. You're gonna break up. Shout out to Terlonius. Terlonius says supporting over on the Cash App. Josh Finley supporting over on the PayPal. Doesn't make sense that they're trying to push that. But like I said, I don't care. But why are they not allowing the young men to date younger women? And it also implies that the young men can't afford to date the younger women because the younger women are out here ain't going to take no shorts or losses. So those older men, those younger men are going over to get easy pussy and practice on the older women. It's okay. There's no love in these relationships. Although I do know a younger man that married an older woman. Shout out to Caitlin says, as much as women complain about men cheating, they don't realize they'll never stop cheating. The best a woman can do is pray to God her man loves her punani enough to not F with any other chicks. And even that's not a guarantee. They can't have everything. Learn to pick your poison. Cheating. But yeah, I don't know, man. Those relationships typically aren't going to last long. But like I said, I hope younger men date all the older women they possibly can, just so they can stay away from me. But I know older women that I know fuck younger guys, and those relationships don't last at all. Like, he's a young bull. He comes and blows her back out. They really can't go out anywhere. She's not going to trick on him and lavishly. She might buy him some boots or some Timberland boots or something like that, pay off his child support with his baby mama. But she's not going to elevate him. She's not going to elevate him. Whereas the opposite happens. The older man has a chance to elevate the younger woman if he does or if he wants to. She can't elevate him. Quick story. I'm at the gas station and this big, thick white woman comes out and she eyeballing me. She like, oh, I like your shoes. I think I pulled up in the 911. I like your shoes. Oh, she trying to eyeball me. We in the grocery store. She buying candies and cookies for this nigga. And he come in with this young black dude, hair, worms in his head, pulling up his pants, skinny jeans. And she just eyeballing me and trying to talk to me and this and that. This nigga's coming in smelling like weed. They get to the checkout stand. I'm standing behind him. He's standing there all shiftless and shit, looking like Step and fucking Fetch It. And I'm like, he probably blowing this bitch cheeks out, blowing her out, blowing them back. All right. All day, all night, round 1, round 2, round 3. She was definitely mid 40s, 50s, all of mid 40s, 50s. He was definitely not even, he probably wasn't over 32. Okay. He tearing her inside, guts out, rounds, hard clap, choke, spank, whoop, all of that shit. Going right back to 2K, going right back to Madden. This nigga had nothing else going on. They get to the checkout stand. He's standing there like she his mama. Right. And I'm not mad at either one of them, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, soon as she find out he blowing other girls back out, she gonna get jealous. But she over there looking at me like, oh, okay. Like I would be the type, because I meet women like this all the time that do this. They'll be in the dating marketplace. They'll fuck with some young dudes, and then they'll come back to me like, hi. They'll come back to me like wanting to date me regular. And I can't stand that, bruh. I can't stand that. So if she fucking with me, I'm not getting that treatment. So she checking him out, buying this motherfucking snacks and chips and cookies. She probably taking his ass to the dispensary because he smelled like a cloud of weed. He was clean, but he just smelled like weed. But this woman would come over to me and want a relationship, want me to normally date her and take her out and pay for this and take her on trips and vacations and shit like this. And I would be like, no. See, that's where I draw the line. I don't mind that type of relationship. Baby, do you, get you, do you. But don't come over here looking at me like, oh, I got a gentleman. Oh, he looked like he got his shit together. Because she's mentioning me. She looking at my shoes. I love your shoes. I love your shoes. Oh, that's a 911. I'm like, nah, bitch. Get in that motherfucking big ass pickup truck. She driving them. I do still have a problem with women driving men around. I think that shit is really sad. The nigga all slumped up on the. Nah. I have a problem with that. I just can't play that role knowing that these old bitches are doing that shit. I can't play that role. Bitch, I'm going to just be over here giving you dick. I'm not going to be over here with the whole, okay, I'm going to date you and treat you nice and shit. Just come drop the pussy off. Just come drop the pussy off like you like letting this nigga live up under you, cream pieing you and all that shit, and you buying this nigga snacks and driving him around. All right, I'm not going to be opening doors for you and taking you out on dates and shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That's my only beef with the whole older woman, younger man shit is they'll do that shit and come back over to you and then want you to play the fucking nah. No, I refuse to fucking lose. Absolutely not. High Tolerance says it's crazy here in Dallas. Check out their teammate, Enrique. I can't pronounce that. And by the way, she clocked out security at the club in Miami a couple of months ago. Okay, wow. She clocked out security here. That's another girl on the basketball team. Oh, I see it. Her girlfriend got her. Oh, my goodness. Oh, okay. Ecclesiastically, all right. Yeah, she looked like her name sounds for sure.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. Well, is that her girlfriend? Goodness. Oh, she got a nice little girlfriend there, a little lipstick. All right. She got a cutie right there. Hey, man, dude, I always tell you, man, them lesbians be having the baddies. Okay. Lesbians be having the baddies. All right. I've been look at them black ass gums. All right. Lesbians be having the baddies, bro. I'm telling you, man, it's no doubt. Them Lily Lint liquors be having some baddies. They get more baddies than regular guys do. Lily Lint liquors get more baddies than regular niggas. And some of these baddies do get married to regular dudes. Okay. I've seen this all the time. I remember I had a player that looked kind of like this one, the dark skinned one, and she had a flatback Supreme. I had two players like this. I coached two players at two different schools, just like this. And two of them had badass white girls. I was like, whoa. Like, damn, they came into the office one day. I was like, that's your girl? And she was playing them. I was like, they be having some major game, man. Like, golly, they get more baddies than regular dudes do for sure. And they get high levels of domestic violence. High levels of domestic violence. They get brutal, like brutal domestic violence. Like one time I had one player, she had an incident with her white girlfriend, and the cops were called at a party. I got in trouble for not reprimanding her. But she came to the office. She was like, Coach, let me tell you what happened. And she came in with this white girl, flat back. I was like, this your girl? This the girl you supposedly beating up on? And she was like, and the girl was like, Coach, I'm telling you, I never met the girl before. But she was like, Coach, I'm telling you, nothing happened. People are over exaggerating. Then I had some boosters because I played the girl the next game. And some boosters was mad that I played her. They were like, why did you play her? She got arrested for domestic violence. I was like, well, she didn't get arrested. She got detained. And that was like, you should have punished her because she was beating up on another woman. I was like, man, I ain't getting involved in that Lily Lint lick shit. Okay, you trying to get me involved with some Lily Lint lickers? And the boosters were Lily Lint lickers on it. They were professors on the campus. They were Lily Lint lickers too. And I'm like, I ain't getting involved with y'all motherfucking Lily Lint lick fighting and all that shit. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it. This is too much shit that I don't worry about. Y'all don't let me join the party watching y'all eat pussy. Like, y'all didn't invite me to the orgy with the pussy getting scissored and licked up. Now y'all want me to get into politics of some domestic violence between some Lily Lint licks. I was like, I ain't in it. She playing. All right. I told the boosters, and the boosters were mad at me for the rest of my time there at that university. They was pissed off at me. I was like, what did I do? Like I'm supposed to get involved in some lesbian fight. I'll never get in the middle of them lesbians fighting, bro. Like who's the man and who's the girl? Who am I defending? Who's the aggressor? Who's the dominant? Who's the masculine? Who's the stud? Who's the dom? Who's the femme? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Y'all got to fill me in on a whole bunch of shit before I take action. But they was pissed I didn't get involved in a Lily Lake orgy. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. We out of here. We'll be back tonight. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Another milestone, look at that. Paper boy on my paper route till I'm 6 down on my back. I'm an old soul like my dad. My old girl still a fan. And yo girl at the live show, so don't act like I ain't the man. I'm kicking my feet up, get frank like Aretha. I'm calm but I'm teed up, just flip me a stack. The re-up just doubled up off of the muscle, I stuck to the task. They see me, I'm troubled, I'm bubbling up till it's stuck. And they want me to stay where I'm at. I'm good everywhere that I'm stepping, my presence is crucial. You know that this shit not no trend. On a big wave, I'm controlling the tide. Snake eyes when you rolling the dice. So with the stakes inside, I can never take another negative advice. They can't reach the sky, I'm aiming up high. I just wanna know what it's like. Y'all know what it's like, I come from outside of this. Out the quicksand, I'm the big man, doing big things. Cop a big change, up a state lines, doing stage dives on cam. It ain't no limit to my vision. Check the temp, I'm on fire with it. Got the band jumping out the bag, Prosecco on ice. I'm nobody nice, but run up a check. Demand my respect. I'm doing the most, I never quit. They want me to quit. I'm good as it come, I'm good as it gets. Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is